In 1962, with the goal of economic development, the first five-year economic development plan was established in Korea.
그리고 시간이 흘렀습니다.
And decades have passed. Here is a special highlight to mark the 60th anniversary of the five-year economic development plan. We have interviewed the key historic figures who led Korea's economic development. How will they remember the last 60 years of the Korean economy?
100불이 안 됐을 때죠.
제 기억에 10불에서 배럴당 한 30불 가까이 이렇게 뛰고 그랬었는데
어떤 게 이제 우루과이랑도 협상.
가장 우리에게 어려운 문제가 쌀 시장 개방이었습니다.
사실은 외환 위기를 극복한 건 우리 국민의 노력도 많고
한미 FTA에 대해서 엄청난 반대가 컸잖아요.
한 100년 만에 있을까 말까 하는 코로나 팬데믹을 잘 극복하는 문제였고요.
대한민국 경제 위기의 순간들을 어제 일처럼 생생히
They
기억하고
remember
있었습니다.
the Korean economic crises very vividly. But their stories did not end here.
갈등 문제 곳곳에 지금 시험폭탄이 지금 떠지면서
미중 간의 여러 가지 갈등으로 인해서 프레임이 전적으로 달라지고 있는 시기이기도 하고
가계부채가 전 세계에서 제일 많은 나라로 속하고 있고
이들은 과거가 아닌
They are
현재의
not
위기를
dwelling on the past, they are focused on the current crises. We asked them about the biggest crisis facing the economy.
작동하지 않고
그걸 고치지 않으면 그 위기적 요소는 계속
과거에 만들어졌던 거거든요. 그래서 재점검을 해볼 필요가 있다.
위기가 앞으로는 안 오게 할 수 있을까? 그렇지 않을 거라고 생각을 합니다.
저성장 구조가 고착화되고 또 저출산
이 인구 문제가 굉장히 큰 문제인
교육 문제 때문에 사실은 온갖 문제 애 안 낳는 문제까지
여성의 경제활동 참여를 굉장히 높여야겠다.
특히 엄마들이 겪는 여성의 경력 단절 문제,
일과 가정을 양립할 수 있는 정책,
지역 균형을 결정적으로 어렵게 하는
대립과 갈등
극복하지 않으면은 국민연금의 수입과 지출을 맞춰가는
탄소 생산성을 강화해서 수요를 좀 줄이도록 하는 것.
기후변화와 관련해서는 정부 역할이
정부 규제가 심하고 기업이 맘 놓고
정부의 역할은 없어지는 게 아닙니다. 새로운 시대 변화
조력자, 후원자적 역할을
규제 완화가 되는 것만 해도
규제 혁신이 안 되고 우리 사회에 이 창의성이 발현될 수가 없고
디스어드밴티지가 있기 때문에 한국 투자를 선뜻 결정을 못하고 있는 거예요.
인적, 물적 자원을 총동원해서
그 내신이 뭐냐? 교육이다. 인재 양성이다. 모든 역량을 발휘해서 수출.
정책의 방향을 새로 잡지 않는 한은 미중 갈등은 여간해서
중국 내수 시장을 어떻게 갈 수 있을 거냐. 결국 소비재.
경제가 이렇게 개방이 될수록 그 서비스가 강해야 돼요.
외교를 잘해야 되는데 우리 외교는 뭐냐? 원칙과 가치를 존중하는 나라라는.
이들의 시간은 멈추지 않았습니다.
Their time has not stopped.
대한민국이 지나온 60년을
Reflecting on the past 60 years, they now talk about the next 60 years ahead of Korea.
온 국민의 힘을 한 곳으로 모을 수 있는 가버넌스 체제가 있었다고 생각을 합니다.
누구도 넘볼 수 없는 전문성이 있어야 한다. 꼭 그 자리에 있어야 할 사람.
상명하복, 연공, 서열, 전례, 답습, 책임 회피 만연하게 되면
자만감은 안 됩니다. 그렇지만은 자부심은 가져야 됩니다. 공직에서의
내가 죽고 난 다음에도 이거는 누군가가 계속해서 해나갈 것이다. 그래서 시작은 해야 되겠다.
선진 경제로 우뚝 서게 될 것이다. 그 길을 택할지 안 할지 하는 것은 오늘의 우리들한테 달려있다.
한국 경제의
Today and tomorrow of the Korean economy are connected. Having lived through the past and living the present of Korea, we now face the future. Today, here, we think about Korea.
여러분의 박수로 문을 열겠습니다.
Yes, thank you. We were able to listen to the interview of the key leaders of the past 60 years. We are having the international conference commemorating the 60th anniversary of Korea's 5-year economic development plan. I welcome you. I am your MC, Moon So-ri. It's been 60 years since the first 5-year economic development plan was established. Korea was one of the world's poorest countries in the world after the Korean War, but it is the 10th largest economy in the world. And the foundation was the 5-year economic development plan. And we are now going to look back on the 60 years, and we will be doing a check on the current economy, and we will also seek for new opportunities for the Korean economy. And so this will be a chance to share a lot of information and insight. Here with us, we have the key personnel who have been managing the national economy, and we also have online participants joining us. I'd like to thank you for your valuable time. I hope that you will stay with us until the end to gain insight and share the future direction for the economic development going forward. And now we will begin the 60th anniversary of Korea's 5-year economic development plan international conference. I would like to ask Deputy Prime Minister Chu Kyung-ho for his opening remark. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good morning, distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Chu Kyung-ho, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Economy and Finance. Today, we're gathered here to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Korea's 5-year economic development plans, which served as blueprints and action plans for Korea's rapid economic growth, which is also dubbed as the miracle on the Han River. So it is indeed a very meaningful occasion. We will have a chance to look back on the past 60 years to understand the significance and the contribution of the economic development plans of Korea. It is my great pleasure that we have organized this conference together with KDI. Here with us, we have many of the key personnel who were at the center of establishing these economic development plans, including Deputy Prime Minister, former Deputy Prime Minister Kang Kyung-sik, as well as former ministers and deputy ministers and KDI President Cho Dong-chul and former presidents of KDI. I'm so happy to see all of you, and I'd like to thank you. In addition, to celebrate this occasion, we have many distinguished participants from overseas. We have with us Managing Director Anna Bierde of the World Bank, the Vice President Ludger Schukneut of AIIB, as well as Minister Ken Ofori-Atta of Finance from Ghana. And we have many distinguished experts who will serve as presenters and discussants, as well as former government officials from the KDI and the Finance Ministry and other relevant government agencies. I would like to extend my warm welcome and gratitude to all of you who are here with us today. The theme of this conference is the past, the present, and the future memories of Korea's economic miracle. It is an occasion to reflect on the history of Korea's economic development and prepare for the future of Korea. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, 61, 82, 33,400. Can you guess what these numbers mean? Some of you may have noticed that in 1961, back then, the per capita GDP of Korea was 82. And as for 33,000, this is the per capita income of Korea in 2022. So for the past 60 years, Korea's per capita income has grown almost 400 times. This is indeed an economic miracle, an exemplary case of rapid economic growth. About 60 years ago, Korea was in absolute poverty. At that time, the goal of the government was very simple and clear. Let's live a better life. After the Korean War, most of our manufacturing infrastructure and facilities were destroyed. And we were not really able to have funds for military or national finance. But we wanted to live a better life, and that is when we decided to develop our economy. Through 7 5-year economic development plans, we established and presented blueprints for national development, and we took advantage of the overseas markets, and we have continued to work hard to gain global competitiveness. As a result, after 60 years, Korea has become a country that has successfully industrialized itself and achieved democracy. And we became an advanced country through rapid economic growth, which is almost unprecedented in the world history, and we have a full democracy. We were an aid recipient, but we became the first country to become a donor country, which used to be an aid recipient. And in 2021, the UN UNCTAD upgraded Korea's status from a developing country to a developed country. And now, people are talking about Korea joining the ranks of top 8 countries or G8. Of course, the miracle on the Han River was not just thanks to particular organizations or social classes, but rather this has been made possible thanks to hard work and dedication of every Korean citizen, including business leaders and workers, expertise and wisdom provided by think tanks, including KDI, support and assistance from international organizations, including the World Bank, and the international environment promoting free trade and democracy, as well as the dedication and leadership of the government officials who mobilized all these favorable factors and established effective policies under the right vision. I believe that it was thanks to the mixture of all of the factors that I mentioned. And here today at this conference, we have a number of key personnel who can witness and testify on the history of the past 60 years in terms of economic development policy formulation. We have so many former deputy prime ministers and ministers, presidents of KDI who were dedicated to developing the Korean economy. And they worked hard day and night to advance our economy and advance our country. And it is all thanks to all of you and your hard work. And in particular, I would like to mention that we have these wonderful leaders who were fully committed to and dedicated to developing the country. Thank you so much for your contribution, your hard work. Let's give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much. I would like to ask all of you to say thank you to each other. Along the way, we may not have been perfect, but we should be proud of what we have achieved. So no matter what, I believe that we need to say thank you to one another and encourage one another. Of course, along with rapid economic growth, there were several side effects, and Korea had to face multiple crises, including the oil shocks, the Asian foreign currency crisis, and the global financial crisis. However, with a strong determination and will to overcome these crises, Korea took on the internal and external challenges head-on and turned them into opportunities to take the Korean economy to the next level. At the same time, this successful history of economic development and expertise were not just left alone, but rather were shared with the developing countries. So we became a leader in economic development that is collaborating with the international community. We're going to expand our ODA to be one of the largest in the world, and we will fulfill our responsibility and our duty as an advanced economy. And this history is one that we are so proud of. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the successful achievements of the past 60 years will not guarantee successful 60 years in the future because we have many pending challenges. Externally and internally, we have a number of difficult challenges, including geopolitical tensions, uncertainties, and global supply chain disruptions, as well as climate change. At the same time, high inflation, high interest rates, and economic fragmentation are continuing and causing uncertainty and slowing down of the global economy. There's financial instability and difficulty in people's livelihoods. Exports and investments have been sluggish, leading to a slower economic growth in Korea. And with rapid increase in national debt, there's concern about fiscal sustainability. We need to also upgrade regulations to be on par with the global standards. And we need to address structural issues in the labor market, as well as in education and in our society and economy. And there are issues such as the decreasing population with the world's lowest birth rate, and our growth potential has been slowing down. Now, through utilizing and managing our economy centered on the market economy and private sector, we are putting all our policy capabilities to enhance economic productivity and carry out structural reforms while overcoming the immediate economic difficulties. While stabilizing inflation, we will make sure to provide predictable policies in a consistent manner so that we can manage our macroeconomy in a stable manner and improve citizens' economy and livelihoods. We're also working to diversify our export items and markets and try to gain more orders from overseas. In other words, we are focusing on strengthening our export competitiveness so that our exports can rebound when the global markets recover. We are constantly innovating various regulations to be on par with global standards and invest in attracting investments through financial and tax support and expanding R&D investments in key areas of high-tech emerging technologies, and we are supporting the private sector-led economic revitalization. And at the same time, we also need to pay attention to structural reforms in order to boost productivity and fundamentally change our economic fundamentals. We will continue to carry out labor reforms, including establishing rule of law in labor management relations and labor market flexibility, and educational reforms to nurture talent suitable for a new economy and new society, and reform our pensions so that pensions will become more sustainable without posing additional burden on the future generation. These reforms will be carried out in a consistent manner. And at the same time, we're going to ensure fiscal sustainability by legislating a fiscal rule, and we will pursue carbon neutrality to respond to the global climate crisis and respond to low birth rate and aging population issues which are posing structural challenges to the Korean economy. And we're going to secure economic security by establishing stable supply chains. Ladies and gentlemen, for the past 60 years since the first 5-year economic development plan was established, Korea has gone through many challenges. However, we were able to overcome these challenges and became an exemplary nation in the world. Now we have many imminent issues as well as structural challenges, but if we are all united and determined, then I believe that we can open up a better future for Korea. I briefly mentioned several challenges that are facing the Korean economy, but I believe that there will be even more challenges lying ahead. Against this backdrop, I hope that experts from all fields will share their insights and pull together their wisdom so that we can gain insights for the next 60 years in the future. For a strong Korea, for the next 60 years, let's make it together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. He has put a lot of effort into putting this conference together with his ministry staff along with KDI. And now I'd like to invite President Cho Dong-chul of KDI, the co-host of today's conference. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good morning, everyone. I am Cho Dong-chul. I'm the president of KDI. I'd like to welcome all of you to the international conference for the 60th anniversary of Korea's 5-year economic development plan. Deputy Prime Minister Chu Kyung-ho and all the personnel who have worked hard to prepare for this conference, I'd like to thank you. And also, I'd like to thank Managing Director Anna Birde of World Bank and Minister Ken Ofori-Atta of Ghana for your attendance. And also, my thanks goes to the key figures and the living witnesses of the Korean economic development. You made the Korean miracle possible, and I dare call you heroes of the economic development. I would like to thank you for also attending this conference. As you're well aware, after the Korean War, the Korean economy did not have an industrial base, and we had to rely on financial aid. Those were the desperate times. Our parents were very poor, and their parents were very poor, and their grandfathers were very poor. We have been in poverty for centuries, and escaping poverty was something unknown. to all of us. But in such dire situations, in 1962, the first five-year economic development plan was established, and 60 years have passed. Looking back, we are the 10th largest economy in the world and the world's 6th largest trading nation. Looking at our children's generation, they say that they were born into a rich country. That is all due to the hard work that went into this economic development by their parent generation. And the five-year economic development plan served as the momentum for the economic growth. And at the same time, the Korean people worked hard. They went overseas to earn hard dollars. And during the financial crisis, they voluntarily collected gold to pay the national debt. They had a strong will behind economic development. And the entrepreneurs had a very strong entrepreneurial spirit to make the impossible possible. And the government took the advice of KDI and implemented fact-based, pragmatic economic policies, political leadership, and the role of control tower as the economic policy control tower of Economic Planning Board. They also served a very good purpose. And we also have the 31 key economic personnel who have led the five-year economic development plans, and they're all in agreement that it's not that the Korean government just selectively promoted specific sectors, but the private sector and the government worked together to overcome challenges. We have many challenges ahead of us. The demographic changes, the potential growth rate is falling, and global hegemonic competition is getting fiercer, and climate change issue also. We need to pull our capacity together and utilize our DNA for overcoming crises. I hope that today's conference will be a chance to learn new insight and lessons. I'd like to thank all the participants. With this, I'd like to close my remarks. Thank you.
고맙습니다. 한국
Thank
경제
you
발전
very much. He delivered his welcoming remarks to an audience which includes 31 key personnel who were dedicated to economic development. Now we have Managing Director Anna Bjerde of Operations of World Bank will deliver congratulations. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
Good morning, Deputy Prime Minister Chu, President Cho, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests. It's my honor to speak to you today at this conference, celebrating the 60th anniversary of Korea's first economic development plan. Let me start my comments by congratulating the government and the people of Korea on this important and successful anniversary. And let me also congratulate the Ministry of Economy and Finance and the Korea Development Institute for organizing this very impressive event. The program for today's conference is substantive. We will hear about Korea's development achievements. Then we will hear about the process for development, particularly how Korea's economic development plans and its international engagement strategy combine to spur development. And finally, we will hear about Korea's future development strategy. For the World Bank Group, Korea is a poster child for economic development. When it joined the World Bank in 1955, Korea was one of the poorest countries in the world, with more than 60% of the population living in extreme poverty. Korea received its first assistance from International Development Association, IDA, in 1962 for investments in national railways. Other projects followed, investments not just in railways, but also in highways, schools, and irrigation. But within a decade, Korea had graduated from IDA, and only 5 years after that, it had become a financial contributor to IDA. Today, Korea is a high-income country, the 10th largest economy in the world, and an important shareholder of the World Bank Group. This is an extraordinary path out of poverty. The power of the Korean example is not just that Korea is now wealthy. Rather, it is that the transition from poor to rich happened within the living memory of many of the country's citizens. Indeed, many of you in this room contributed directly to Korea's success. Your decisions made it happen. Korea's example shows that development and poverty reduction are not just aspirational targets. With the right institutions and policies and investments, they are within the reach of any country. When we use Korea as an example of development for other countries, they do not just want to know where you ended up. They also want to hear how you got there. In fact, they can hear it from people like you who made the practical decisions that contributed to the process of development and poverty reduction. They can hear about the policies that worked well and the ones that did not work so well. I cannot overstate the power of Korea's development example. It shows that economic and social development comes from a series of practical decisions. I'm proud that the World Bank has been a close partner of Korea for the 6 decades of its development journey. We are working together at a time of your first 5-year plan, and we are still working together today to take the lessons of Korea's development success to other World Bank member countries around the world. I hope that we can continue to deepen our partnership and work together to eliminate global poverty, tackle inequality and climate change, and meet the defining development challenges of our generation. Thank you.
고맙습니다. 대한민국 정부와
Thank you very much. Thank you for the encouraging words, Managing Director Anna Birde. As you mentioned, not only the past history, but we will also look at the experience of the other developing nations and how we can solve problems together along with Korea. And now we will listen to the keynote presentation. It is going to be delivered by Chairman of the Board of NSI, Mr. Kang Kyung-sik. He has served as the Finance Minister and Deputy Prime Minister, was a National Assemblyman, Presidential Chief of Staff. Please welcome him with a big hand. Good morning, everyone. I am Kang Kyung-sik, as was introduced. It's an honor to be with you at this precious conference. In 1961, I started my career in the government, and I worked in the Economic Planning Board and the Ministry of Finance and Economy, and I've been working for 40 years in and outside the Korean government. I'd like to talk about what I have seen and what I have done for those past 40 years. President Park Chung-hee overhauled the organization that would lead economic development, and he announced the first 5-year economic development plan. And at the time, the Koreans were not ambitious enough and they were not confident enough, so he did everything he could to boost the morale. And it was first economic development based on self-sufficiency. There were so many industries that we needed to develop, but we did not have enough budget, and we relied on the Bank of Korea printing money, and the result was high inflation. And we asked that we make the fiscal stabilization policy in place. Soyang River Dam and Gyeongbu Express Highways were some of the infrastructure projects that we needed to work on. In order to escape from the international aid, we established the National Tax Service, and we increased our tax revenues. And we had our partners President Park listened intently to the experts' opinions, and his policies were based on pragmatic approach. And the interest rates and the FX rates were normalized, and single FX rate was adopted, and export-oriented policies were adopted. If anyone was interested in exporting goods, they could get funds. So textiles and wigs became major export items. And along with the effort to attract investment from abroad, we were able to invest with that foreign direct investment. There was a lot to do, but we could not do everything with the domestic resources. And President Park visited West Germany, and in the beginning of 1960s, there was a negotiation struck with Japan, settling the past, and the soldiers were dispatched to Vietnam War, and many construction companies went abroad. And President Park's steel plant dream was very strong. There were many efforts, so we decided to build it on our own, and President Park Tae-jun built it, and we got help from a Japanese steelmaker. And the first plant was established in 1975, and the capacity was expanded in the following year. And when Vietnam became a communist nation, people were concerned that the next target is Korea, and President Carter actually implemented withdrawal of the U.S. troops. Defense tax was created, and the defense industry was promoted, and heavy and chemical industries were also promoted. In the end of 1960s, the Korean economy developed very rapidly. And from the end of the 60s, it went into a downward spiral, the world economy. And in the 1970s, there were many ailing companies, and there was no way out, it seemed. In 1983, the loan payment extension was extended, and the interest rate was lowered with a presidential decree. Many highly leveraged companies welcomed it, but the money lenders were not happy with this. The interest rates were lowered with the pledge that there will be 3% inflation cap. So there were many measures taken to achieve the 3% price stabilization, but it was not sound enough. And at the time, I was responsible for price stabilization. The crude oil price was quadrupled from in the OPEC countries, and the raw materials also became very inexpensive, and the world was inundated in this inflation frenzy. And this had realized the price distortion. And the 1983 measure is against the market principle, and it also gave way to moral hazard. The companies had a very high debt ratio of 500%, and they didn't really worry. And so this gave way to the financial crisis much later. The oil-producing countries, we imported a lot of the oil from their countries. They became rich, and the Korean workers went to have jobs in the Middle East, the oil-producing countries, and they earned hard dollars, and people were concerned about national default, and the stance was changed completely. And with the booming industry, with the construction workers sending money back home, the household income increased, and the industries began to grow in Korea as well. The housing market and the disposable consumer goods demand increased, and this was unprecedented. It was moving very fast. And in 1970, I became the planning assistant. I was the assistant of planning minister, and the report the New Year's report was made to the top leaders, and at the time, the KDI prepared a long-term economic outlook up until 1991. Even though the current situation was dire, they just painted a rosy picture. And after the annual report was made, the KDI experts and the economic ministry's personnel had a discussion about whether the economic outlook will be achieved with the current economic policies or if we needed economic policy change. And after the discussion, it was concluded that the economic policies should be changed. We were lacking everything in the beginning of the development cycle, but we were at a stage where we could produce anything if there was demand. So we needed to stabilize and manage the aggregate demand. The companies were not to be protected and promoted, but they should participate in competition and in an open market. But heavy and chemical industries and economic policies were too premature. The investment plans were reduced, and we said that it should be approached in an incremental manner. And most of all, we did not have the capacity to stomach the heavy industry. It was different from the light industries in its nature, so it was a lesson learned. The task force had reported this finding to the Deputy Prime Minister. He agreed, but there were no follow-up measures. And the ministers of commerce and finance, they were also briefed. And there was only a chance to report to the president during the New Year's report, and we began preparing the slides from the summer season. And the title was New Strategy for the 1980s. It was to capture high growth, price stabilization, and balance of payment surplus. And we were emphasizing that we should not walk the path of Argentina. And there was the WHO Annual General Assembly held in Alma-Ata in Soviet Union, and I was part of the Korean delegation, and I witnessed the dire situation of the communist economy, and I was convinced of the rationale for changing our economic policies. There was a change in the cabinet in December that year, and Minister Shin Hyun-hwak became the Deputy Prime Minister. And we were in abject poverty, and President Park Chung-hee took the economy off and then implemented heavy and chemical industries, and he was also evaluated highly. And the briefing given to the president was based on the slides that we prepared, and we said that we needed to change the economic policies. And the president expressed discontent. But after this presentation, we printed these slides in many copies and distributed them in the academia and in the government. In March, there was a discussion between the president and the KDI president and the governor of the Bank of Korea. And they also were briefed from the academic groups, and they were all in agreement that there needed to be a shift in the economic policies. And so the stabilization policy became the norm, and this was announced by the Deputy Prime Minister in April. So there were economic policies that enabled the Korean economic success, and it was a turnaround 180 degrees to stabilize the economy. And the overseas was surprised that it was the bureaucrats that had turned around the economic policies. And at the end of the year, there was the incident, and there was the assassination of President Park, and the new military took power, and the streets were filled with students demonstrating. And in March, we had the Sabuk uprising, and in May 1980, we had the Gwangju uprising. The second oil shock, starting in 1979, had its hard toll on the Korean economy, and we were discussing with KDI how to come up with the countermeasures. We used the price function. We increased the interest rate by 20% and more, and we took on the floating exchange rate, and the oil price went up. And so we raised the oil price as much as 70%. And to make matters worse, we had a very bad year for the crops, and there was an inflation of 40%. In order to maintain the overseas market's trust in the Korean government's economic management, we explained the situation to the investors abroad, and we had to finish our preparation for the fifth five-year economic plan. It seemed like, the political turmoil was too serious, but we kept at coming up with the economic development plan. The public officials, experts, businessmen, the media, all the stakeholders, we wanted to gain their consensus. In 1981, we briefed the five-year economic plan to the president, and there were 10 briefing sessions. And we dedicated the whole morning hour for the reporting, and there were discussions. And the fifth five-year economic development plan was a chance to learn more about the economy, and it became the framework for the Fifth Republic. And the Fair Trade Act was enacted, and the president had a strong will for stabilizing the prices, and the target was 10% inflation to a single-digit inflation. The oil price began to fall, and the commodity prices were stabilizing. But at the time, single-digit inflation was not deemed possible. We executed and planned the base budget from a zero base, and the crop purchase price was frozen, and there was no labor wage hike. And there was an overall awareness training to the stakeholders and the people, and the price stabilized at 7%. And we took for granted the single-digit stabilization.
As the inflation became stable, the private bond market began to fluctuate. And in 1982, in May, there was the Changnyeongja incident, the scandal. So the media reported on this scandal extensively. And at that time, the cabinet reshuffling was conducted, and I became Minister of Finance at that time. And right after the inauguration as minister, I began to pursue the legislation of financial real name system, and this was reported in the media extensively as it was a major topic. When the announcement was first made, there were more supporters, but as time went by, there was stronger opposition. And after many compromises, the bill was submitted to the National Assembly. But after the submission of the bill, there was strong opposition from the opposition party because of political funds. So this bill was withdrawn, and the session to discuss the withdrawal of the bill was made, and Mr. Kim Jae-ik reported to me that there will be a discussion on the cancellation of the bill. However, on the very next day, in the early morning, I met with the president and I asked him to pass this at the National Assembly while implementing it at a later date. However, the bill on the secrecy of deposits, this was not taken. This was taken, and then the adjustments of differentiated interest rates for false or pseudonym accounts were implemented. And tax reforms were conducted as well. In 1983, the first oil shock occurred, and at that time, special consumption taxes were introduced, but these were later adjusted. And the income tax and inheritance tax, these taxes, the original ceiling was about 90%, which was not effective, so they were lowered to 50%. And tax incentives for particular industries were all eliminated. In order to make sure that the private sector would lead economic development, special treatments for particular industries would need to be eliminated. But still, we introduced corporate tax redemption or corporate tax exemption for investments in R&D, irrespective of industries. So this was able to trigger the transition from the government-led economic growth to the private sector-led economic growth. And these were a series of rules and regulations that we revised. In 1983, we conducted the tariff rate reform. At that time, the tariff rates were very mixed, and there was no consistency. And of course, there were reasons why we had many different tariff rate systems at that time, but we decided to streamline them by establishing a task force. So for each export item, we created a task force. More than 100 task forces were created. And for these individual items, the task force team members include producers and users, as well as third-party journalists. So these task forces comprise of these multiple stakeholders, and they determined on the staged five-year tariff rate, and the ceiling was set at 30% at year 5. And all this process went well, and thanks to the tariff reform, we were able to open the domestic markets to overseas businesses. And there was the Rangoon bombing incident in 1983, and after he returned to Korea, he carried out economic reform. At that time, the domestic mood was unstable, and there was a lot of uncertainty and instability. So the president appointed Shin Byung-yeon as a deputy prime minister. So the president asked me about candidates for ministers of commerce and energy, and I said it would be a good idea to promote vice ministers to ministers, and Sa Kong-il was recommended as the chief secretary on the economic affairs. And I told the president that I would like to finish the financial reforms. And at that time, I was appointed as the presidential chief of staff, which was what I did not expect. And I was able to engage in economic planning. And Korea was able to achieve more than 10% of economic growth and enjoyed low inflation and enjoyed surplus in international trade. And these three achievements were made. And the media said that the Japanese depreciation of yen after the Plaza Agreement benefited the Korean economy. These three low environments, if these were the main reasons for our economic success, then other developing countries would have to be benefiting from them, but that was not the case. Korea was the only country that benefited from these external environments, and I believe that it was also thanks to political change. Market economy and liberal democracy are two sides of the same coin. Until that point, we worked hard to transition from a government-led economy to a market economy. So this progress and this achievement was made, but it was not really appreciated and recognized in the media or by the people. But during the Chun Doo-hwan administration, we were able to build an infrastructure for market economy and liberal democracy. While this was made, our contribution was not recognized properly. And after that, there was no president that put priority on economic development after President Chun Doo-hwan. But still, the Korean economy was able to continue to grow thanks to the development of the private sector. And with market opening and globalization, the share of global trade became larger. And under the Kim Myung-sam administration, the economic situations became very unstable. In 1997, March, I became Deputy Prime Minister for Economic Affairs. And I thought that I had to serve as a firefighter, extinguishing a fire that was flaming. And I began to work on how to address these very difficult challenges. And it was not easy to find solutions. So we carried out a campaign to reduce imports, and we had to adjust government expenditure. And so even though there was election coming, the 1998 budget was very restricted. And at that time, it was critical for us to continue to gain the trust from the global financial system. At that time, our economic fundamentals were strong, so that was the only point that we could pitch on. And overseas experts understood the economic fundamentals of Korea, and the U.S. President and the U.S. government also mentioned that Korea's economic fundamentals were strong. And at that time, there was some criticism about the fundamentals. And they said that the government was not bringing up the awareness of the economic situation. But I would like to argue that if there's any negative comment provided by the government officials, then this could lead to a negative shock on the global economy. But still, there was this Asian financial crisis, and we were in a good relationship with the IMF. And at that time, foreign currency reserves were deteriorated, and we got some support with neighboring countries, including Japan, to readjust the payment schedule. But in October 1997, the situation became worse, and we asked for support from Japan once again, but this didn't go well. And from the U.S., Japan was asked not to provide help to Korea. That is what we heard. And the situation became even worse. And the only way out was to get support from the IMF. And there was no way but for President Kim Myung-sam to get help from the IMF, but I briefed him on the potential consequences of getting aid from the IMF. And the relief from IMF would lead to many changes. And President Kim Myung-sam knew what was going to happen. And the president of the IMF was on tour in Asia, and at that time he was invited to Korea. So it was a secret visit. And so the secret visit was made on November 16th of 1997. At that time, at the National Assembly, there were discussions on the budget. And I visited the president of IMF secretly and had consultations. And at the time, we discussed that the size of the relief from the IMF would be $30 billion. And when the National Assembly closed on November 19th, this plan would be announced. And at that time, the IMF demanded that the Korean government would come up with a list of economic reforms in return for IMF relief support. So the agreement between us was that the Korean government would carry out the scheduled reforms and the IMF would support our initiatives. So November 17th morning, I reported that to the president. And upon the advice of the president IMF, I informed the Japanese government of this relief coming from the IMF. However, with the cabinet reshuffling, which was unexpected, I stepped down as deputy prime minister, and there was a scheduled telephone meeting, but I had to have this phone call not as a deputy prime minister, but as a former deputy prime minister, and I told the IMF that there was no other option than the IMF, but I was not told from the president about anything. And Im Chung-yeol was the succeeding deputy prime minister, and he said that he would not ask for help from the IMF. 3 days later, as if it was the first time in history, the government asked for the help from the IMF, as if no such discussions were made prior to this point. But then all the negotiations were mainly led by the IMF and the US government, rather than what I discussed with the IMF previously. So at the end of the day, we received the IMF relief, and a number of measures were proposed and demanded by the IMF. And these were passed at the parliament. But in the process, non-performing companies would emerge, and failing companies would emerge. In the past, every 10 years, non-performing companies would have to be taken care of, and these were led by the government in the past. But now we had to put in place a framework to address non-performing bonds and other securities. And in order to do that, we legislated an act on the bankruptcy-related fund, and the fund would be funded by the government, and there was in-kind contribution as well. At that time, given the current situation, banks were not able to contribute to this fund, so the fund had to be funded by the government. And it was the first time that the government carried out this initiative. And in April, the bill was revised, and after the relief coming from the IMF, many failing companies were taken care of and dissolved. And in addition, many reforms were made, including the revision of the Act on the Bank of Korea. And the financial reform bill was submitted to the National Assembly in 1997, but at that time the National Assembly was not interested in handling that. And President Kim Yong-sam was not a member of the ruling party at that time, so it was not easy to get the support from the National Assembly. So the financial reform bill was still pending at the National Assembly, and no change was made. And after the presidential election, the IMF demanded the Korean government and the National Assembly to address and deliberated on the financial reform bill. And in all these years, there were many challenges. The prosecutor's office charged me on that I failed to report the situation to the president. And at that time, I decided to accept this false accusation. And all through these lawsuits, I was found innocent. At that time, the debt level of large corporations was more than 500%, and it was reduced to 100%. And because of all these reform measures, we were able to recover from the global financial crisis rapidly compared to other countries. Many smaller companies were at the risk of bankruptcy, and at that time, the high interest rate policy and monetary tightening policies were implemented, but such high interest rate policy imposed by the IMF led to bankruptcy of many healthy companies, which is quite unfortunate. If the IMF had asked the government to carry out the economic reform policies as was previously agreed by myself and the IMF, then we would not have had this consequence. But then I thought about possible other scenarios. If President Kim Yong-sam's government was leading this entire reform process, what would have happened? After the foreign currency crisis, in Korea, in Korean society, people were busy debating on who was responsible. But in other countries, they focused on reflecting on the past experiences and learned lessons from them and came up with policy improvements. But then what did we do after the foreign currency crisis? Well, we joined the OECD and we celebrated too early. And at that time, we didn't know that there would be economic crisis upcoming. At that time, we were just very complacent, and we were just happy that we became a member of the OECD. However, in that year, the trade deficits grew exponentially. But regardless, there was no response to aggravating economic situations. After joining the OECD, many short-term investment companies opened branches in Hong Kong, and they provided short-term loans for longer-term repayment schedule. So these were very risky, and the external situations changed dramatically. The short-term borrowings were not able to be repaid because they were not able to refinance. And starting in the early 1990s, these short-term investment companies began to struggle. And the Bank of Korea had to provide support. After the collapse of the Cold War, globalization began to speed up. And 5 years before the beginning of the 21st century, the government had no future blueprint. And at the institute that I was leading, we came up with a report, research on future plans for the 21st century for Korea. And we carried out discussion sessions to discuss what we would need to do. Just like when we were preparing for the fifth five-year economic plan, we had several discussion groups, including journalists, experts, economists, and so on. And in 1997, these discussions were summed up in this report that was submitted to the government. We felt the need to further develop the market economy, and this also had to do with responding to a changing security landscape. And there are many other tasks that we need to implement. Now there is this era of deglobalization, but our markets are open. Then the impact of external challenges is larger. And what do we need to do in responding to these challenges? So we need to really urgently find a way to tackle the current challenges. And I believe that today's conference will be another opportunity for us to pull together our wisdom and share insights so that we can better prepare for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You are one of the heroes of the Korean economic development. Chairman of the board of NSI, Mr. Kang Kyung-sik, has given us a glimpse at the past history. With all due respect, thank you very much. We have now listened to the keynote presentation. We will take a break and then move on to the first session. We'll take a 10-minute break We'll be back by 10:50. We have coffee and refreshment outside. Please enjoy. Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed the coffee break. We're having the international conference for the 60th anniversary of Korea's 5-year economic development plan. Let us begin the first session. The topic of the session is evaluating the progress and achievements of Korea's economic development. We have 2 presentations as well as the panel discussion session. Let's invite the first presenter. The title is What Lies Behind Korea's Economic Success, and the presenter is Dr. Young-sun Ko, Senior Vice President of KDI. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Good morning, everyone. I am Ko Young-sun, as was just introduced. What lies behind Korea's economic success? We listened to the keynote, and we have heard from the key personnel during the interview and during the keynote about the past history. And I usually do not get nervous, but I feel especially nervous because I also have the Deputy Prime Minister Shin Yam and others before me who know much better than I, but I will do my best. Is somebody helping me with the slides? Where is the clicker? Thank you. On the x-axis shows the income level of Korea in the 1960s and the income level in the 2020s in the y-axis. So compared to the US, lower income, middle income, and high income countries, during the last 6 years, it's only Korea that jumped from a low income country to a high income country. As was mentioned by the managing director of the World Bank, such a leap is almost near impossible. And along with the income growth, there was a lot of increase in the jobs created, and we had higher women employment. And on the right-hand side, this shows the real wage growth rate. And many people are mistaken into thinking that the conglomerate employees only were well off, but we see that the real wage increase rate had increased by 2 to 3 times over the last 50 years. And the key to success is higher productivity. This is a well-known fact, but there's misunderstanding about this issue, so I am showing you this. I believe there are 7 factors that enable higher productivity, economic growth, and development. Well, I was not that much interested, but 6 to 7 years ago, there's a Center for Intelligence Development at KDI. It's for International Development Cooperation, and I had a chance to work with many developing nations, and I began to take interest in the issue. I thought about the difference between Korea and the other developing nations, and I read many papers, and I boil down to these 7 enabling factors that make the productivity go up. First is export-oriented growth. In the beginning, it was import substitution in Korea, and we realized that it was not functioning. So we shifted gears to export promotion. As was mentioned during the keynote, Mr. Kang Kyung-sik talked about fact-based pragmatic approach and measures, and we are very flexible. And second is government-led industrialization. There have been many debates about this, but looking at the developing nations, there was no case in which there was no government-led industrialization. And of course, it is not always 100% guaranteed that they will succeed. And third is we have utilized the private sector. Although the economic development was government-led, it was the initiative taken by the government, but the actual players were the private companies. In 1974, there was the ceremony for Atlantic Baron, and if you read the biography of Chung Ju-young, the former chairman of Hyundai, technology was transferred, and investment was secured, and customers were secured. So the government showed the direction and did provide financial support, but the actual work was done by the companies in the field. And if you visit the other developing nations, there are many public-owned enterprises, but we have fewer in Korea, Vietnam, Malaysia. If you go to these emerging countries, there are so many public and state-owned enterprises, but compared to those countries, the economic development was mostly done by the private sector in Korea. And the fourth is high level of investment in education. We have started with the basic education. This is for granted, but this is different from the other Latin American countries. They first invested in higher education, but we started from the basic education, from the elementary school education for all the population, and I think this has implications for inclusive growth. And the fifth element is the very stable macroeconomic management. If we are to compare Korea to the Latin American countries, they had lax fiscal management, and the FX rate management was too rigid. So in the 1980s, they went through many financial crises, but we had fiscal balance. We had fiscal, monetary, and FX policies that were well established. And sixth is we have a very good bureaucracy. This is taken for granted in Korea, but that's not the case in other countries. In the 1960s, we adopted the national state examination for public officials. So we were able to establish a very efficient professional bureaucratic system. And in the other emerging nations, they're not merit-based, but the public officials are appointed based on the spoils system, and you see that a lot in the Latin American countries. And the public official system is not really a bureaucracy, but it's considered like a social security system for the graduates of universities. And seventh element is social integration. This, I think, is the most important. In the 1950s, there was land reform and basic education expansion. This helped Korea lay the foundation for economic development, so it has a huge implication. And why do states fail? Roderick wrote about this in his book. There has to be motivation and conditions, but in the other countries, it was for the benefit of the elites. So that was the difference between Korea and the other countries. Korea enabled the general public to participate in the economic development and such activities. And I'd like to talk about the current status of the Korean economy. The gap between, there is a productivity gap between companies and between industries. We see the smaller companies, the SMEs productivity is 1/3 of the larger conglomerates. So compared to the OECD countries, Korea's SME companies' productivity is low. And on the right-hand side, it shows the productivity level comparing manufacturing and service sector. And the service sector productivity is low. And there may be many reasons, but I think this is due to difference in R&D and innovation. And on the left-hand side, the proportion of conglomerate, the R&D expense by the conglomerates, and R&D expenditure is much higher in the larger conglomerates. And if you look at the industry, the traditional service industry takes up a lion's share. So they include wholesale, retail, accommodation, restaurant, and other services. And the labor productivity is very low in these traditional service industries, but they account for 30% of the service segment. So a handful of large manufacturing conglomerates have decent jobs, but in the other companies and in the other sectors, we see that the quality of jobs is not so high. And on the left-hand side, we see the proportion of large conglomerates and the employment portion. It's only a quarter of the employment. In Germany, there are many global companies, but they are not large conglomerates. There are some SMEs. We see that Korea does not provide as decent jobs as possible. Of course, it seems like these large Korean players are leading the economy, so we take it for granted that there are so many decent jobs in Korea, but in actual, we have too many indecent jobs or lower quality jobs in SMEs, and that will be the fundamental reason why we are having some problems in the Korean economy. And to talk about the problems, we see that the growth rate is trending, and according to KDI's forecast, the growth rate is going to go down even lower, and we have other challenges. The new technologies are developing, carbon neutrality and the hegemonic competition between the US and China, demographic changes are some of the challenges that we're faced with. So what is fundamental is, as we have done in the past, we need to be flexible, we need to be pragmatic in our countermeasures. Instead of values and ideologies, we have to take measures based on facts. We have to normalize our public education and secure enough human capital. We have been growing and we will continue to grow. That is the expectation of many people, but I don't think that will be realized. I don't think that is guaranteed. This is the per capita GDP of the US. We plotted Japan, Korea, and Latin American countries. And Korea has been on a growth trajectory, but the last 10 years, we are at a stalemate, and we don't know what will happen in the future. A setback is a possibility. We also saw Japan and the Latin American countries take a step back. And we need more progress in deregulation. We are working on this, but labor reform, labor market regulations need to be relaxed. When we look at the labor market in Korea, I think we have three issues. There's rigid protection of the regular workers, and there's limited usage of irregular workers, and the trade relations are quite hostile. In such an environment, the companies cannot adapt to the fast-changing environment and cannot create good jobs. And I think public education is also very problematic. This is a TV program footage from EBS. I'm embarrassed to say this in front of the foreign guests. Only 10 or 20% of the students listen to their teachers, and all the other students sleep during class. But everyone turns a blind eye to this situation. Fundamentally, labor reform, education reform, we need to have social consensus, but there are many problems. For labor reform, we need to create decent jobs, and at the same time, is it compatible with rigid worker protection? And is provider-oriented education service desirable? And I think that's a common problem for elementary, primary education as well as higher education. And is national competitiveness strengthening compatible with regional development? We need to do the analysis, and we need to have a frank discussion, go through understanding and compromises, and we need to solve these problems. But we don't have such analysis and discussions. There is only conflict, and we're not getting anywhere in solving these issues. And the government also has its own share of problems. I drew a diagram of how the policies are made in Korea. On the very top right, we become aware of a social problem like low fertility rate or imbalance in national territory development, and people become aware, and the people ask the government to solve this problem. And KDI and the other think tanks, academia, they have discussions and debates, and they should come up with a general direction and advise the government. But there is no filtering function, and the people's demands are directly fed into the government. And the government does a very light analysis and comes up with a stopgap measure in just several months. All the support measures are listed. They announce policies about finance, taxation, and procurement, but it's not based on facts or analytics. And so the policies are ineffective. They just eat up the government budget, and it just adds on to the workload. The problem is not solved, and the social problem repeats itself. This is a vicious cycle. So there are so many government programs for SME policies. I heard that there are like 1,000 SME policies, and for R&D policies, I hear that there are like 400. There are so many programs and projects that are siloed, and it is adding workload to these public sector, and that is the current situation of why the policies fail. There is opposition from the vested the people who have vested rights. We need to appease them, and we also need to enhance the capacity to be able to overcome the challenges and to take the next leap forward. With this, I'd like to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So this presentation was an overview of the past economic development of Korea and suggested ways forward. Thank you very much. Then we can think about how we should evaluate and understand the past achievements. Now let's move on to the second presentation, which is on the topic of evaluating the history of Korea's economic development. Dr. Alford will present, so please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하십니까. My name is Jason Alford. I'm the representative of the World Bank Group here in Korea. I'm very proud to represent the World Bank in Korea, but I'm also very proud to be able to do my part to represent Korea at the World Bank. My presentation today is based on a report that we're putting out, in fact, tomorrow in this room on the Korean economic history, the development of Korea, that was co-authored by President Ko, who we just heard from, and my colleague Hoon Sab So, who was my predecessor in this position, and other authors with them. So there will be, unsurprisingly, a lot of my presentation, I have the same position as Dr. Ko. I've worked in the World Bank for 6 years of my career, and in that time I've always worked on Korea. At the moment I'm working in Korea, and I've worked for Koreans. And when I heard that we were doing this report on Korea, as an Australian, the question of this report, what is the secret to Korea's economic success, or one of the questions, as an Australian, my answer was, we don't need to do a report on that. The answer is obvious, it's because Koreans work so hard. But of course there is more to the question than that, so I'll present a little more today. I had also heard Korean bosses were very tough. One of my bosses is here in the room. Maybe he was a little tough, but Koreans are very good bosses as well. Okay. So first, this chart of GDP per capita in the Republic of Korea. I mean, this is an amazing chart that any country starting in Korea's position would want to emulate. And you know, the question for the World Bank and our other member countries is, how did this amazing experience come about, this extraordinary development in Korea, and which bits of it can we emulate in other countries? You all know the story of this rapid growth from you know, one of the poorest countries in the world to today the 10th largest economy. Korea became high income in 94, joined the OECD in 95. We've heard some of the story today of the financial crisis, and I loved hearing those details from people actually involved. But one of the amazing things about Korea was they took the crisis and they thought about the policies that they could implement to recover from that. So this extraordinary history of macroeconomic stability, promotion of manufactured exports, investment in infrastructure, investment in human capital and education. And the other amazing thing is that this experience has been sustained across decades. It's been sustained across changes in the political system. It's been sustained across changes in government. The Deputy Prime Minister at the start of today's session said Korea's history is not perfect, and I agree with him. The policy history is not perfect, but by World Bank standards it's pretty close to perfect. So Korea has done an extraordinary job. Dr. Ko presented this chart already. It shows Korea moving from 10% of income relative to the US to over 50%, the only country to do so. And if we look at this in terms of a decomposition of growth, you see Korea growing in all of the areas that we traditionally look at from the macro side on growth. You see increases in employment over the decades, you see the increases in education flowing through to human capital, you see that investment in physical capital, and you see the productivity growth. And some of these factors are slowing a little bit now. The investment in physical capital is slowing, the productivity growth is slowing. Some of that is reflective of a maturing economy, that the returns to investment in those areas are not quite as high now as they were right at the beginning. So some of that is natural, but I'm sure policymakers, as Dr. Ko said, will be asking themselves, what can we do to reinvigorate, probably particularly the productivity growth, and also knowing that ageing will be a challenge. Employment growth cannot be the driver that it once was. Dr. Ko also presented this. Korea's history of investment in education is extraordinary. These are gross enrolment rates, so that doesn't give you outcomes, but to give you a sense of outcomes, illiteracy in Korea was, in 1948, was 78%, and only a decade later, in 1958, illiteracy rates were only 4.1%. So again, an extraordinary record of achievement in those early days over only a decade, partly based on these school enrolment rates that we see, but also adult literacy campaigns and other measures. On physical capital, Korea has had traditionally an exceptionally high investment rate compared with other OECD countries, and it sustained those high investment rates even as it moved into a high-income country. Now Korea's public and private capital stock is closer to the average of the OECD, and maybe those investment rates are slowing a little, but still very high by the standards of comparator countries in the OECD. I mentioned productivity. Total factor productivity growth in the early days was extraordinary, still very strong, although closer to the average of OECD countries in recent years. All countries are facing a challenge of slowing productivity growth, and Korea is no different from that, and Dr. Koh mentioned some of the challenges there. In terms of the level of productivity, you see in the early days Korea catching up very quickly to high-income countries. Korea was not a high-income country at the time, but it was catching up to them. But more recently it's stabilised at somewhat below the frontier of, in this chart, it's US productivity. So that suggests maybe with the right policies there is scope for more growth to come from that area. This is called promotion of exports. In fact, the chart is about tariffs, so this is imports, but promotion of trade was a big part of Korea's success, and we've heard earlier the stories from the time of when tariff rates were being lowered and simplified. So a massive push by the Korean government at various times to open the economy to competition and to boost trade. And if you look at trade shares, Korea here, the dark blue line, very, very high. The green line just above it is Germany. But of course the difference with Korea is effectively it's an island for trading purposes. There's very little trade over the northern border, of course, so any trade has to go over the ocean. The difference with Germany and a lot of other countries is they have land borders, so trade is going to naturally be much higher. So Korea is an extraordinary trading economy as well. Current account deficit, of course I know from my friends in Ministry of Economy and Finance, a lot of pressure in Korea to have a good current account surplus and show good trading results, and that's challenging at the moment. The saving rate in Korea, the orange line, is on average higher in recent years, recent decades, than that investment line. So Korea generates more than enough domestic savings to cover its investment needs. So that will tend to generate a capital account surplus, a quite large one in this case. You can see in recent years those trading challenges that we know about, those two lines are coming together, and again that's a challenge for Korea. On investment, we've heard about that this morning, but again, this big push by Korea to open the economy, and you can see the results in both inward and outward FDI over time. In the early days, Korea discouraged the inward FDI, preferring to do licensing and importing of capital, but in more recent years that opened up a little more. And on the outward FDI, of course, as you would all know, huge integration with value chains in China, but in recent years there's been more of a push to diversify those value chains into other parts of Asia and around the world. On industry structures, so a really interesting chart here that Korea, the agricultural sector as a share of the economy was much larger in 1970 than it is today, and that makes sense. The interesting thing here is if you look at a lot of high-income countries, that green part, the manufacturing part, would be shrinking. A lot of high-income countries are deindustrializing, not the case in Korea. In fact, the manufacturing sector has been increasing, partly the success of Korean companies, I guess, and partly also the government's various support promotion measures for that. But employment, manufacturing employment has not expanded in the same way. So manufacturing is expanding, but employment in that sector is not. But services that we saw staying as a similar share of the economy, in fact, there's quite massive increase in employment in that area. So some interesting movements in economic structure there. We all know Korea is a high-tech country, and you can see that in this chart of the value-added shares in the economy of low-tech, medium-tech and high-tech. So that early days, a lot more of the value-add in the economy was in low-tech industries, but that's been displaced by high-tech industries. So that significant adoption of technology, and then the reputation now for Korea as a very innovative technological leader. And this growth came about without much increase in inequality, which again for World Bank is a story that we love. So the Gini coefficient drifted up a little, so things becoming a little more unequal. This chart is from 1990. But the light blue line there, once you look at disposable income, so you make those adjustments for government taxes and transfers and things, really quite a steady line, so quite equal growth in Korea. You all know, and I know, there's a lot of questions in Korea now around cost of housing, the ability of young people to access housing, combined with inflation increasing cost of living. So I guess this is a sensitive area for the future, but certainly in the history the growth was very equal. And let me put up a chart of greenhouse gas emissions just to talk about challenges. You know, Korea does have a lot of challenges. This one is common with other countries. Climate change is a challenge facing all of us. Carbon intensity in Korea has been coming down, but of course it will need to come down much more if Korea is to meet its carbon targets. But there are other challenges that perhaps hit Korea a little harder even. So I mentioned global value chains. Of course, Korea, a lot of the Korean value chain is through the manufacturing sector in China. Korean semiconductors going to China, and that's exactly where trade tensions are playing out at the moment. So that will be an issue for Korea. Also ageing, of course, as we know, the Korean population now is even shrinking. So Korea is at the forefront of this aging population question. So increased dependency ratios, a lot more pressure on your tax base to fund services. So World Bank, we will love to work with Korea on these issues because I'm sure Korea will have some very innovative solutions to these problems of ageing that we'll be able to adopt. Of course, in this room, those of you talking about your experiences in government in the 1970s and 1980s, and here you are still working. So I think Korea is using its workforce very well in that respect. And then a final chart, and I'll finish up and save us a bit of time, but I find this really interesting, the structure of enterprises in Korea. We do have, in terms of number of firms, Korea looks like a lot like other OECD countries in terms of the number of large firms you have, medium, small, micro. But the share of employment is very, very different, with a much smaller share of employment in large companies in Korea than you see in other OECD countries, and a much bigger share of employment in micro countries. So again, very interesting structure of the Korean economy that's quite different from other places and suggests maybe something that Korea is doing differently that might be an opportunity or potentially a challenge in future for how you can get that productivity and growth out of the micro sector. So all in all, I'd summarise by saying Korea, an extraordinary performance today. As I said, I've loved hearing about the challenges that people have faced, and that's one of the powers of the Korean example, and we look forward to working with Korea in the future. 감사합니다.
네, 고맙습니다. 대한민국
Thank you very
경제
much. I was able to evaluate the history of Korea's economic development, and he gave us food for thought. Thank you, Mr. Jason Alford, Special Representative of World Bank Group Korea Office. We have listened to the two presentations, and we will have a panel discussion to have an in-depth dialogue. The first panel will be chaired by President Jo Dong-chul of KDI. I would like to ask the speakers and the panelists up to the stage, and please take your seats. Thank you.
discussion session. Please come to the stage. 어서 오십시오. 한국 경제의 현 주소 및 경제 정책
Thank you. We will be having the first panel discussion on the current status of the Korean economy and the achievements of economic policies. Welcome. And as the chair, as the moderator, we will have Jo Dong-chul, President of KDI. Please go ahead, sir. You have the floor. Hello, I am Jo Dong-chul. I'm the president of KDI. Senior VP Ko said he was nervous. I am also a bit nervous, but I am just moderating, and I decided to wear the moderator hat to make me less nervous. So we'll begin the panel for the first session. We will be looking at the achievements of economic policies. We have people from the media and the academia as panelists. I would like to introduce the panelists one by one. We already saw the two presenters. We have Mr. Lee Sang-yeol, the editorial writer of 중앙일보. And we have Mr. Kwon Moon-sik, advisor to Hyundai Corporation. And Mr. Lee Ju-tae, Senior Executive VP at POSCO, and Ms. Chu Hae-young, advisor to Samsung Display Co. Ltd. And lastly, Professor Kang In-soo of Sungmyung Women's University. Please, thank you. Thank you for joining us for the panel. We are running a bit behind schedule, so we have to hurry. And we have 160 registered participants. We had a poll. We asked them about the economic outlook. They are concerned, but we do see some positive signs. We are hopeful about the future. So we are able to read that from the survey results. We are faced with many challenges, but as we have done in the past, we do have the wisdom and the capacity to ride over these crises. And so we pride ourselves on the fact. And so going forward, for the better next 60 years, where should we focus on? And to that question, we got the answers as we saw from the big data analytics, governance reform, shared growth policies, how to resolve the social conflict, and as was mentioned in Senior VP Ko's presentation about social integration, rational policy making, they should be implemented. So we need to have that ripe socio-political atmosphere. And we will now begin the panel discussion. We have 3 people from the industry. We will listen to, before we listen to them one by one, Mr. Lee Sang-yeol, editorial writer of 중앙일보, would like to say a few words about the implications of the economic policies, and I'd like to give each panelist 5 to 6 minutes. And with that in mind, please begin the discussion. Hello, I am Lee Sang-yeol, and I'm the editorial writer at 중앙일보. For 30 years, I worked as a journalist covering the economy section. I first began reporting at the Economic and Finance Board in 1997, and that was when Deputy Prime Minister Kang Kyung-sik was appointed to the office, and I joked about this with my colleagues about how we joined the economic board the same year. And during the financial crisis, coincidentally, I was covering the Ministry of Finance. So there were crises, and I was able to witness for myself how the Korean government overcame them. And how was it possible for the Korean economy to develop and grow? We heard from the presentations earlier, and we also heard from the keynote speech. I think the success formula have already been explained. Comprehensively, I would like to mention that the process of economic development in Korea was a process of solving problems. Of course, the solutions were, not as sophisticated, but there were changes and innovations made to relieve and resolve the problems. And I think that was the strength of the Korean economy. Deputy Prime Minister Kang Kyung-sik talked about the 83 freezing measure, and it was going against the market principle, and it led to moral hazard, and it could have led way to the financial crisis. But the 83 freezing measure at the same time was taken for the development of the non-bank financial sector, and I think it was able to upgrade the capital market and the financial institutions in Korea. And another incident, an important milestone in history, was at the end of 1970s. We had the oil shock and too much investment in the chemical and heavy industries, and we were in deep economic recession. And in the 1980s, we had a very strong stabilization measure. Stability, autonomy, and openness were the themes, and we were able to capture three rabbits at the same time: stabilization, balance of payment, and growth. And at the end of the 1990s, the Korean economy was grappled with the Asian financial crisis, and we had to resort to IMF fund, but we were able to graduate the IMF protection system faster than any other country. Looking back, the reforms were taken as a condition to receive the IMF fund. But what we need to remember is at the end of Kim Young-sam administration, I believe it was around when Deputy Prime Minister Kang Kyung-sik was in office, there were many financial reform cards and measures that you had prepared, and I think they performed their due roles during the IMF regime. It showed us that if you're not prepared, then you're hard hit with a crisis. So that was the lesson learned from the Asian financial crisis in 1997 and 1998. We're now at an inflection point, and how can we describe the Korean economy right now? I believe that the problem-solving capability of the Korean economy has decreased compared to the past. As you're well aware, we have the lowest fertility rate, and our society is aging fast, and the economic growth rate and the potential growth rate is decreasing. It's called the so-called Korean disease, but we have not found a cure for the illness. The economic measures were taken to boost. The government measures were focused on boosting the low fertility rate, but low fertility and aging society, I think, is the result of some of the expedients in our social sector, like labor, education. We have not done enough reform, and there was a failure in the housing market. And so the nature of the Korean society's problems, we need to do the necessary reform in the education and labor sector, and that will determine our future growth trajectory. After the financial crisis at the end of the 1990s, we didn't have a national level reform. There was lack of reform, and I think that has brought down the problem-solving capability of Korea. And so we should not politicize the economic problems, and the economy should not tie down the political development system. The two are interrelated. Some economic sectors were politicized, and this was inevitable as we were democratizing. But we see that the degree is heightening in recent days. As for labor reform and pension reform, they're not carried out as planned, and there's populist welfare policies leading to lax management of our budget, and so these are some of the byproducts. Politicization of economic policies means that the politicians are just mindful of the voters, and they distort the economic policies, and it's based on this populism thinking. the politicization of the economy and populism, we need to prevent that. We need to set that right to solve the economic problems. Looking back, we had some military dictators, and they were able to carry out the economic reforms. They acted like shields to appease the opposition, like President Park Chung-hee and also President Chun Doo-hwan. They fully supported the economic reform policies. But as an observer, in 2000s and onwards, the ruling party and the National Assembly does not have they have a strong power over the administration, so there's less cooperation and there's less consensus building for economic development. And as for the 3 laws related to house rent and about the crop prices, and we have supplementary budgets drawn up very frequently. So it's not like we should go back to the old days. That will not be the magic bullet. Politicization of economy and populism should be prevented by some sort of a national level system. In the National Assembly, a bill is tabled to prevent lax management of the national budget. And in the previous administration and in the present administration, we are seeing that because of political reasons, the electricity bills have not been rationalized, but we need to follow more of a market principle instead of just worrying about what the voters will think. And there was talk about how social consensus building is lacking in Korea, and that's a homework upon us. I believe that we need to have some national systems and institutions in place, and we need to have closer communication with the people to gain their understanding. Deputy Prime Minister Jin Yam, in his interview with KDI, talked about it's not the what that is important, it's the how that is important, and we need to communicate the economic policies more effectively to the general public, and I couldn't agree with you more. The essence of the Korean economy boils down to whether we can perform the reform right or not, and the reforms will only succeed when it is backed up by the general public. If there is going to be inevitably conflict among the stakeholders, and the power to overcome that conflict will come from the people's support. And to do that, the direction of economic operation and the economic reform policies need to be understood by the people. We need to communicate more actively with the people, and we need that kind of communication more than ever. So with this, I'd like to end my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sang-ryul Lee, for your initial remarks. As was seen in the poll, if economic issues become politicized, this could lead to negative consequences. So I understand that your message was about that. As we talk about the process of economic development, we have to talk about how Korea has pursued industrialization, and electronics and automobile and shipbuilding and steel. These were the key industries that were promoted in the process. And as a result, we were able to build a very successful and competitive industrial portfolio, which we're quite proud of. Now, I'd like to ask Mr. Kwon to talk about the automobile industry. I remember back in the 1980s, I was studying in the US. And at that time, Hyundai Motors, of course, there was Toyota and Honda, and these Japanese brands were very popular in the US market. And at that time, a lot of Americans would say, who would buy a Hyundai car? Because Hyundai and Honda sound very similar. So somebody would possibly buy a Hyundai car because he asked for a Hyundai, but got a Hyundai. But otherwise, this would not happen. And that was the perception in the 1980s. But things have changed dramatically. And the Korean car industry has become so competitive. And now the car industry, the landscape is changing with autonomous driving and electrification of cars. So I'd like to ask Mr. Kwon to talk about this new trends. Hello. As has been introduced, I am Moon-Shik Kwon. I used to work as a designer, but now currently I'm serving as an advisor to Hyundai. When it comes to the overall picture, we are discussing how Korea was able to achieve economic development in a short span of time. So I feel quite proud. And I was first grade. I was in first grade in 1961, and I retired from my previous position, and I have had many experiences in my life that could be related to how Korea was able to develop and grow. So it was a very emotional moment. And Dr. Ko already discussed the overview of how Korea was able to develop, and Senior Vice President Ko also shared his concerns about the future, and I can relate to them. Let me talk about the automobile industry. Back in 1967 and 1968, in the late 1960s, the Korea's automobile industry began to be formed. And at that time, we didn't really have our own capabilities in manufacturing automobiles. So at that time, we had to rely on Japanese technology and expertise. And even though we produced automobiles, key components, including powertrain and other key parts and components that were critical for the car's performance, were not there in Korea. So we benchmarked overseas cases, and we tried to copy their models. And that's what we did initially. And at that time, there were many efforts to try to open up and start exporting our cars. During the keynote presentation, Mr. Kang discussed how back in 1983 there were tax reforms and tax incentives were provided for R&D investments, and these led to the encouragement of companies to make R&D investments. And around that time, in the early 1980s, Hyundai and Kia Motors established a research center, and they began to do serious research on engine development. And as a result, in the 1990s, starting from the mid-1990s, we were able to have our own engine expertise. And starting from the mid-2000s, we were able to source key components, including chassis, in the Korean market. So it took about 30 years, 30 to 40 years for us to secure our core technologies. And in this process, the automobile industry in Korea benefited from government support and government assistance. So we are grateful for that. And it gives us quite a lot of pride. But at the same time, as we were developing this industry, there were many trials and errors and many challenges. And we've been trying to achieve co-prosperity with suppliers. But in Korea, the Tier 1 suppliers, when you look at their situation, there are about 1,000 Tier 1 suppliers. And including Tier 2 and Tier 3, we have about 8,000 SMEs who are involved in the automobile industry. They're providing parts and components to the OEM companies. So this means that the automobile industry takes up a big share in the Korean economy, and so we're proud of that. But at the same time, the large OEM companies, these large conglomerates in the automobile industry, were able to grow rapidly, but on the other hand, smaller part suppliers are lagging behind. Well, people are saying that we're number 4 or number 5 in our automobile industry, but when you take a look at the situations of the suppliers, they are not really able to export, but rather they're just focused on supplying to domestic OEM companies. These smaller suppliers are not able to supply to larger global overseas OEM companies. So we have to look at the structural limitations and the challenges. We need to think about improving the overall automobile industry ecosystem. Of course, the government has good support programs and policies, but in Korea, there's a perception that SMEs need to be supported more by the government while large conglomerates can do well on their own. And so while the large companies continue to grow, their knowledge and expertise and experiences have been held by the large companies only, but there was not enough participation of the large companies in the process of providing assistance and support to the SMEs because these were led by the government. But when we take a look at the overall industry, you can see that there can be many contributions by the large companies to support the SMEs in the automobile ecosystem. Then we will have a more productive ecosystem. And the parts and components and materials, these industries, we have many smaller suppliers, and they have been supported. But at the same time, we know that the Korea's leading car companies, they should not be complacent. They need to continue to innovate because they used to be fast followers, but now they need to be successful as game changers and leaders. So they need to work harder, even so now than in the past. Then in that sense, we have to see what types of core technologies and innovations have to be made, not only by the large companies, but also by the suppliers, the parts suppliers. So they need to work together. And in that sense, I want to make one suggestion. It is crucial to understand the overall automobile industry. I've been in this industry for more than 30 years, and I finally seem to have a grasp of the overview of this industry. So it takes that much time. But in the government, officials in charge, they change every 2 to 3 years. And so whenever new officials come to office, we need to educate them, we need to talk with them, and then after they get used to it, after 2 to 3 years, they will move to a different position. So I'd like to suggest that we need to have a pool of experts who have a deep understanding of the automobile industry. So for key decision making, I hope that these key officials will stay in their position for a longer period of time so that they can deepen their understanding and develop better and more effective policies to support the industry. And it is the same for other industries, I'm sure, but the automobile industry has to become more value added. So we have hydrogen vehicles and EVs and other innovations. The Korean companies are leading in these areas, and also when it comes to autonomous driving, Korea is a leader as well. But we need to continue to increase value added, and such value added contribution cannot just be done by the large companies themselves, but also together with the smaller suppliers and SMEs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwon. Promoting something should not mean excluding somebody else. And I think you gave us a very valid piece of advice. And in the course of industrialization and economic development, the steel industry is one of the symbolic industries. POSCO in the Yeongilman Bay, that was the symbolic place and the symbolic company that we remember so vividly. And probably Mr. Jason Alford was not with World Bank. It was back in the 1960s. And World Bank was very pessimistic about developing a steel industry in Korea, but Korea was able to successfully pull it off, and it is considered as a milestone in the history of Korean economic development. We have with us Senior Executive VP Lee Ju-tae of POSCO, who is going to talk about the past, present, and future of the steel industry. Please go ahead. Hello, everyone. I am Lee Ju-tae, and I am at POSCO. Deputy Prime Minister Kang Kyung-sik talked about something very meaningful, and one slide caught my eye, and it was relevant to our company. In 1968, when our company was founded, we were placing the plate of the company name and the company building, and that was the beginning of our company, and now we have POSCO. It's the 60th anniversary of Korea's 5-year economic development plan, and for POSCO personally, it's very meaningful. In July 1973, on the 3rd of July, we broke ground in the steel plant. So we are celebrating the 50th anniversary, and on June 9th, we first had the steel feed, the raw material, come into the plant. So overall, this year, we are marking the 50th anniversary. We are very proud of our history and our legacy. And I'd like to say a few words about the steel industry. Recently, when we look at the media and when we talk about the national economy, we say that the staple food of the industry, the Korean economy, is semiconductors. But we can trace back that to steel. There was the comprehensive steel industry development plan, and we embarked on the plan at the time. And we have Hyundai Motors with us, and we have Samsung Display. And so the staple food of the industry was electronics, automotive, and shipbuilding, and we were able to provide steel that was used as raw materials for these respective industries. In 1973, we produced 12,000, 4,000 tons of steel, and it was increased by 55 times. And steel usage per capita in 73 was 67 kilos. And in 2022, that increased to 998 kilograms. So we are using the most amount of steel per capita. We started with kiln number 1 in Pohang that had capacity of 1 million tons, and we are now the 6th largest steel producer in the world. And we have capacity of 43 million tons. The world's largest steel mill is Gwangyang, and the second largest is Pohang mill. So we have these two large facilities. We have had efficient operation, and we're able to grow steadily. There was cooperation, and in line with the government's reform, the steel industry was developed and grown, and we don't remain in the domestic market. We are competitive even in the overseas markets, but going beyond the steel industry, we are looking for ways to contribute to the Korean economy. Not just steel, but in order to contribute to the Korean economy, we're looking into the infrastructure projects, the raw materials that go into secondary batteries, nickel, lithium. We'll be making investments in these areas so that we can develop eco-friendly materials that are sustainable in the future and just go beyond steel. Nationally and internationally, what has been the issue is net zero and carbon neutrality. In order to maintain and develop competitiveness further, we have to become carbon neutral. No other steel makers in the world have a solution to this problem yet. It used to be coal-powered to produce steel, and we have to produce steel without producing carbon emissions, and that is the huge challenge that all the steel makers are faced with. We need to sustain our competitiveness, so we will be using hydrogen to produce steel, so that we don't produce carbon emissions. So we're developing that hydrogen technology, and compared to our competitors, we are ahead of the curve. And through such new technology development, if we can succeed, then I think we can change the landscape of the steel industry in the market and pave the way for carbon neutrality. And we did research in the other countries, and it's difficult for the companies to solve this net zero problem all by themselves. To produce carbon-free steel, we need clean energy, and for electrification, we need clean energy. For example, solar panel, solar power, or hydrogen. These should be used to produce electricity, and with that electricity, we need to produce carbon-free steel. So that foundation needs to be in place, and to enable this, there are roles to be played by companies, and there needs to be active cooperation from the government side to lay the necessary infrastructure. When we look at Europe, the US, and Japan, according to our market research, they're approaching the steel industry from a national competitiveness perspective, and they are solving problems one by one through such cooperative system. For the steel industry to develop further and to remain competitive in the future, we need to have the government play certain roles, such as collaborating with the companies and finding solutions together. And one thing I'd like to mention more is in venturing into new businesses, there are some hurdles that get in their way, and the government is helping the companies get over these hurdles. One example is deregulation. So the land was designated for steel industry and is allowing the company to venture into other businesses. So, not restricting the land use for just the steel business. And I think such deregulation efforts are helping the companies greatly, and it helps in attracting investment and creating more jobs. So in the future, I hope that there will be effective cooperation between the government and the companies, and I hope that there will be more creative ideas and more discussions toward this end. Thank you.
Thank you for your remarks. I still remember former President Park Chung-hee and Chairman Park Tae-jun looking over the Yeongnil Manbae, and if we revitalize the spirit that they had back then, I'm sure that we can work with the government effectively to overcome the current carbon-related challenges. Now moving on to the semiconductor industry. People say that the semiconductor industry is leading the Korean economy these days. And recently, people are saying that our economy is struggling because of the struggle experienced by the semiconductor industry. So this means that this industry has a huge share in our economy. Now, I'd like to invite advisor Hae-young-chu, who is working for Samsung Display, to say a few words for 5-6 minutes. Hello, I am Hae-young-chu, advisor at Samsung Display. I remember back in the mid-1980s when the fifth five-year economic development plan was in force. That was when the semiconductor industry began to take form and began to get ready. But still, compared to the advanced countries, there was a very big gap, a gap of 4 to 5 years between us and the other countries. And it was too much for the private sector to handle on its own. And at that time, the G7 project, you may remember, was organized by the government. So R&D investments for 10 years so that Korea could catch up to the G7 countries. So that was the initiative back then. And the major beneficiary of this initiative was the semiconductor industry. To use display as an example, at that time, the LCD display market, our market share was only one single digit, but with institutional support and R&D support from the government, and with the universities educating people, with the research centers developing technology, and the private companies making bold investments, with all of these factors, we were able to increase our market share. So we became the #1 LCD producer in the early 2000s. So it was maintained for 18 years, but back in 2020, we lost the leadership to China. And then people felt the sense of crisis, and they were worried about Korea's semiconductor industry. But when we were #1 in 2003, that was when there was concerted effort. And now it's the government and the universities and the companies that started to discuss what would come after LCD. So that's a COLED. And as of the end of 2022, OLED, more than 81% of the OLED products used around the world are produced by Korean companies. And what is more what is greater is that about 80% of the parts that go into OLED products are sourced domestically. In the past, we focused on panel production only, but for OLED, it's not just the panel production itself, but the supply of raw materials and parts and components. These were all nurtured together. So now what I'd like to mention is that when new industries are emerging, it took about 10 years for those industries to mature. Now it is time to think about the next item after OLED. And it takes the effort of the government and the private sector and the research institutes. I often meet with the key leaders of the semiconductor industry and the government officials, and I say that we need to prepare for the next 5 years. And they would say this, that we are now riding on the running tiger. So it is very uncertain what will happen in the next 5 to 10 years. And if you say that we need to prepare for the future, this means that we have to get off the back of the tiger, which is going to be risky. And the next OLED is a new uncharted territory, and we're already number one in OLED. And so preparing for the future would mean to try to venture into an unknown territory. And some say that it is as if we're walking on the landmine. But the government can support the private sector to walk on this land filled with landmines. And if they create a map to indicate where the landmines are located, then we can avoid making the mistakes, and we can build a foundation to prosper based on the next OLED. Not all industries in Korea can go in the same direction, but we can benchmark the G7 project that we had several decades ago, and we also can benchmark the experience of the OLED industry that is world's number one. And then we also need to be more bold and aggressive in opening up the doors and go into the uncharted territory. And I hope that for the centennial anniversary of Korea's 5-year economic development plans, I hope that somebody will be able to talk about how the Korean industry can overcome this and go forward. Thank you.
When we were catching up, the government's role was relatively large, but we have passed that stage. But in order to find an uncharted path, the government needs to play an important role. So we expect something new and different from the government. So that was Ms. Chu's talk. And now I'd like to ask Professor Kang In-soo, how does the academia deem the 5-year economic development plan? About 5 minutes, please. Thank you. I am Kang In-soo, and I'm teaching at Sukmyeong Women's University. I'd like to comment on this from the academic perspective. I've been teaching for 30 years now. I used to live in the work in the private sector, and I'm also heading the advisory committee for the national pension. And so I would like to say a few words about the past and look ahead toward the future and what we can do to make the next leap forward. And I was asked to speak about relevant issues in this panel. I think Dr. Ko's presentation was quite insightful about the success factors and what the challenges are and what we need to do. And I agree with what has been mentioned. But since I'm a professor, before I go into my main points, I would like to say two things that are lacking. The heroes of the economic policies in the past, I would like to thank you. I'd like to commend you for your hard work. As was mentioned previously, when we look at the outcome, we have regrets about the population policy. For the last 20 years, we have expanded a lot of budget, but the average fertility rate is like 0.8, not even 1. So from a long-term perspective, of course, you did try to devise efficient policies, but I think we need to work on this more. And as was mentioned by Dr. Ko, I think we're turning a blind eye to fundamental issues. For example, the failure of public education. 80 to 90% of the students are sleeping in classrooms, but that is the reality. Education is vital and it sets the stage for the next 100 years. We were able to educate a decent workforce and we're able to develop the economy. And the situation is a sorry sight. I know this very well because I've been teaching for 30 years. So I don't think we need to do business as usual. We have to look at the fundamental causes. I think overall in Korean society, I think the compensation mechanism is distorted. So easily put, we see this in many TV documentary programs. Schools, including middle and high schools and universities, the students attend medical schools. So even if we have semiconductor departments in universities, they leave after their freshman year, and and all the doctors are concentrated in hospitals in Seoul, and they don't go work in other provincial city hospitals. So we need to set this right, and we need to have social consensus, and we need to deregulate. But we are not there yet, so we need more work in that area. And every time there's new administration, the policy focus has changed. That is all good and well, but shifting gears too much, oscillating in a huge pendulum, I think that is not good. We learned a lot from the past experience. We have to secure resources because of supply chain disruptions, so we need to look back on what was wrong, but I think we need to learn more from success stories as well as failure stories. So we need to be more consistent, and we need good governance, and I hope that the policies will move in the right direction. And one other thing, where is this coming from? And we need to be aware of the international situation. Well, that was not mentioned yet, but including the U.S. Sino competition and the IRA law, and China is regulating imports of micron products, and that is affecting our industries. Semiconductor, secondary batteries. How should we position ourselves, and how should we devise our strategies going forward? First of all, I think the U.S. stance is changing. From the Trump administration, they were separating themselves from China. There was this decoupling, but Germany and France have spoken up, and that may have affected the stance. And of course, there were comments made by Sullivan. So the U.S. is saying it's not decoupling, we are diversifying and de-risking. And that was mentioned at the G7 summit meeting in Hiroshima a few days ago. So de-risking and diversification, what does this mean? I think we have to look into this more deeply. And Korea likewise, education, trade and investment, we are very close to China, so complete decoupling is not desirable. But in terms of risk management and risk reduction, we need to watch closely what the US is doing, and we need to be ready for Korean-style de-risking and come up with the necessary policies, and likewise for diversification. And supply chain is being, resettled, and we have put out fires and we have legislated laws. Well, it has not been passed yet, but there are supply chain acts. There are triple laws, but it is just pending in the National Assembly. They are very important. In order to make a leap forward, we have to have the system and the mechanism. And we talk about the control tower a lot, and that needs improvement. Here we have the Deputy Prime Minister, and he is to play the role of the control tower, but the law has not been passed yet. And how to provide effective support. We need to have all these in places, but that's not happening yet. So politicization of the economic affairs, that is regrettable. And including the 3 laws for supply chain, we need to have the institutions and the mechanisms ready and then devise the policies. Then we'll be able to achieve as much as we have achieved in the past 60 years. Thank you.
Thank you. So he talked about the current challenges that we are facing. So Professor Kang and myself and members of our generation need to address these challenges so that our descendants can be appreciative of what we are doing or what we can do. So I would like to argue that our generation has a lot of work to do. We are running out of time, unfortunately, but still, I would like to give some time to the 2 presenters. So Dr. Ko and Mr. Alford, if there are any comments that you would like to share, maybe 1 to 2 minutes, please, as concluding remarks. So Dr. Ko, you first.
Thank you.
1 or 2 minutes.
Okay, I will be very quick. This discussion's been very interesting, and of course, for me as a foreigner, I was very congratulatory about Korea's experience, but I know underneath that long experience there are many difficult policy discussions that happened, and that's continuing today, and there are many challenges, and it's great for me to hear about those challenges. And from the World Bank side, this is exactly what we value from Korea, being able to hear about how the process of policy and development happens. And even though it's difficult for you, it's great for other countries to see this. On that question of politicization, I don't want to go into it too much, but of course every country grapples with this. There are parts of your policy that you want to depoliticize. Monetary policy is a great example where we make a decision to depoliticize that. But other parts of policy, it's difficult for politicians to take away those fundamental decisions about how the economy and society is structured. So taking that out of the hands of politicians, you can argue for the benefits of that for taking out the politics, but maybe in some cases you do need strong political ownership of some policy areas. So very challenging to divide those up. Thank you.
Thanks very much. 예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
그러면 이것으로
with this, we will conclude session 1, the presentations and the discussions. We were able to develop the economy for the last 60 years, and personally, I believe that the Korean economic status was the highest in the past 60 years, and I think you all agree with me, and even after 60 years from now on, I hope that we can maintain that competitiveness and that status, and we'll work hard toward that end. I would like to thank the presenters and the discussants for their valuable insight. I would also like to thank the audience for your participation. I hope you can enjoy your lunch. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the panelists, the chair, and the discussants for their active discussion. In concluding, there will be a photo session for the panelists. With this, we will conclude session 1. We will begin session 2 at 1:30, Economic Development Model and International Cooperation. Thank you.
We're having the international conference to celebrate the 60th anniversary of Korea's 5-year economic development plans. I hope you enjoy the lunch. The second session will deal with the economic development plans and international cooperation. We would like to first play the thematic video. Please enjoy.
세상엔 많은 나라가 있습니다. 모든 나라가 같은 자원, 재원, 인력, 기술, 경제 수준을 가진 것은 아닙니다. 그래서 인류 역사에는 나라들마다 각자의 방법으로 경제 성장을 꿈꿔왔습니다. 1950년대 최빈국이었던 대한민국 역시 마찬가지였습니다. 그리고 2023년, 지금 이 순간에도 경제 성장을 꿈꾸는 나라가 있습니다.
It's a very peaceful country with stable democracy, very good at football, and I think we are the best in Africa. Mostly referred to as the center of the world due to its proximity to the equator and the Greenwich Meridian. My name is Prosper Luntra. I'm from Ghana, a West African country. Ghana, we have resources, but in terms of the direction, policy formulation, I think that's where we need to focus more on.
어떻게 한국으로 오게 됐나요?
Ghana is a developing country, and South Korea 60 years ago was also a developing country just like Ghana, and has transformed rapidly to a developed country. That is what I'm here to study. And I think this will be the starting point for me to brief the entire service about the tax reforms, the export promotion policies, the industrialization policies, and all the miracles on the Han River. Within 19 years, South Korea has been able to industrialize when other countries use over 100 years to industrialize.
60년 전, 온 국민의 꿈이었던 한강의 기적은 약 12,000km 떨어진 나라에서 희망이 되어 자라고 있습니다. 가나도 경제 발전을 이룰 수 있을까요?
It might take some time looking at the challenges Ghana is facing. I want to see Ghana become an industrialized country with a lot of job opportunities for the citizens and poverty eradicated, and better health system and quality education. I will let them understand that development is a process, and as Ghana has been able to achieve that level of development, their countries can equally achieve that level of development by showing them how Ghana has been able to make it up to that level.
세상엔 많은 나라가 있습니다. 모든 나라가 같은 자원, 재원, 인력, 기술, 경제 수준을 가진 것은 아닙니다만 우린 이미 경험했습니다. 도움이란 또 다른 도움으로 이어진다는 것. 경계를 넘어 함께 성장한다는 것을요.
네, 그렇습니다. 대한민국은 지난 60년
Thank you. As the video showed, Korea has been sharing its development experience with other countries. So that is going to be the main topic of the second session. Now, I would like to invite the first presenter, Minister Ken Ofori-Atta of Finance from Ghana. Will be talking about Korea's economic development model and lessons from international cooperation between Korea and Ghana. Please welcome him with a big hand.
My glasses on the table.
So, sir, would you please start your presentation?
Right. Thank you very much indeed, and good afternoon to everyone. Excuse me, I found them. I was looking for my glasses, but thank you very much for this. And I think as we heard from the Ghanaian who just spoke, Ghana is a great admirer of this miracle that we are seeing. The numbers that were proffered to us, 61, 82, 22, 33,400, meaning in 1961 it was $82 per capita. In 2022 we have 33,400. Top 10 country aid trading organization in the world, being able to move a country that in 1955 had extreme poverty of 60%, and also was an IDA recipient, and by 72 and had exited out of it. So it gives us great inspiration as to the way forward, and we can also, as Ghanaians where we are, begin to think of ourselves today at 2022 with about $2,200 per capita, and then what do we expect to happen by 2050? And I guess we should also be looking at some $50,000 per capita, 25 times more than we have, compared to the 400 times that Korea was able to achieve at that time. So when we look at the per capita growth, in the country, we see from 1960 through 2020 and the dramatic difference between what has happened in Ghana and where Korea is today. The question really becomes, if you are ahead of Korea in 1960, what happened in the interim period? And this is where the miracle that we talk about comes into play. I think we are running behind according to the moderators, and so we need to accelerate so that we can have the discussion which would enable us to hear the various views. So it's been an amazing development of leadership, and I guess we should also know that longevity in the political system, being able to stick to it, goes a long way to realize these. And this morning we were quite regaled by Mr. Khan as to some of the anecdotal issues that the country had to go through, the sacrifices, the persecution, civil unrest that come with it. And at this time in democracy, it's even more difficult to sometimes effect these changes and sustain them. In essence, therefore, Korea set out to transform its economy through liberalization, innovation, human capital development during the global decade of development in the 60s. And the development also demonstrates that consistency is a path towards progression. By focusing on expanding education and enhancing the delivery of technology-intensive services, it was able to carve out a place in the economic order. Crucially, therefore, Korea's economic miracle teaches us that honing a country's competitive advantage within an enabling regulatory environment is key for making sustained progress. A steely countenance, clear vision, to, as you say, get the community across the Jordan, which means individuals may suffer, but support of the state to the private sector, protection of industries, loans and grants to industries, training, all of that to give your people the chance to be able to be ahead. So Ghana, through our experiences, have mapped out a transformation agenda underpinned by a targeted set of policy actions that are currently being implemented. So we have the long-term National Development Plan, 40 years, but out of that, we have what we call the Ghana Cares Program, which really was part of the response to COVID to make sure that we become more resilient and stronger going forward. And then as we enter the IMF program, we also looked at a post-COVID program for economic growth to ensure that we have a blueprint that looks at growth as opposed to just austerity. And then harmonizing horizons, that is the near-term policy focus to ensure that we actually look at the issue of manufacturing, ensuring investment in human capital, which is key, implement the digitalization agenda, strengthen delivery of PPPs, and therefore private sector. A key issue is also revenue mobilization, which Korea is supporting us to do. So ultimately, our vision, as our president put it, is to create an optimistic, self-confident, and prosperous nation through the creative exploitation of our human and natural resources, and operate within a democratic, open, and fair society in which mutual trust and economic opportunities exist for all. Ghana is fortunate to host the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, which means that we can become the continental hub for the 1.3 billion people on the continent. So taken together, we can learn from the Korean miracle, but adapt it to fix today's context. The key and goal is to create what we call a wiser society that is wealthy, inclusive, sustainable, empowered, and resilient. So the overarching strategy is what we call the Ghana Beyond Aid. How do we transform and grow Ghana's economy to the point where our relations with our partners around the world are based primarily on trade and investment? And despite the current economic challenges facing the country, we remain steadfast to this struggle and strategic goal, and we are working hard to stabilize the macroeconomy and restore growth in the quickest time possible. So the economic synergies that we talk about, and the issue for us being here is how do we hone a strategic partnership relationship with Korea. Going it alone is not something that we can afford to do. We have to move faster than Korea did. We are confident that with this type of support, we should be able to do that. So the economic synergies of harnessing a deeper partnership with Korea for Ghana's economic growth, areas such as green growth, digital, financial support, and agriculture. We have areas of tax revenue reform that we've been working with Korea since 2017. We have the leveraging technology to enhance domestic revenue mobilization, and that has also yielded a considerable amount, reduced costs of tax administration by 20%, improved timeliness of tax payments by 30%, and increased taxpayer satisfaction by 50%. So, ladies and gentlemen, I guess the challenge now, as we see it for developing countries, particularly those on the African continent aspiring to replicate the Korean miracle, we now face an array of challenges distinctly different in a sense from those of the past. First is the increased frequency of crises. In the past 3 years alone, we dealt with the COVID-19 pandemic, vaccine nationalism, the Russian war in Ukraine, and an anticipated event in which economic conditions have worsened globally. Moreover, the persistent and deepening existential threats such as climate change also threaten to send an additional 75 to 250 million people into extreme poverty on the African continent. The pertinent question then becomes, where is the leadership to safeguard the prospects of almost 1.4 billion people on the continent who are set to represent a quarter of the world's population by 2050, and therefore will impact global prosperity in the years come. How do we curb the emerging catastrophe that would occur if we do not have a policy to support Africa's growth? In the wake of the pandemic, we all realized how the northern countries could put as much as 12 trillion into crisis relief, in which Africa was unable to respond. We also are clear about the capacity of the world for both scale and to respond quickly in the event of crisis. As we saw in March, some $300 billion was quickly mobilized to save the banking institutions, and the US and Ukraine also were able to mobilize some $30 billion or so for them. So the question really is not one of there not being the resources to do it. The question is a responsibility of global responsibility for all of us to ensure that this African issue is confronted and dealt with. There seems to be a void in leadership, and the 60th anniversary of KDI is what should KDI be looking for in the next years to offer the type of leadership that is not being offered in the world currently. We have these issues of $100 billion promise for SDG, which have not manifested, $100 billion for climate change, we have not also manifested, $100 billion for SDRs, which have not also manifested. So in this new regime where the global south is being asked to support the issues of climate change and therefore also leading to stranding of our assets, it becomes really difficult to see where the world is going if Africa is not protected. My view is that Korea, having gone through its experiences, is much more familiar with the challenges of the developing world, and therefore ought to take a strong leadership role as to how Africa develops. And Africa developing is one of mutual self-interest because we're going to have, as we mentioned, a quarter of the world's population. We're going to have a situation where about 1 billion of the youth will come from that continent. and that is where, therefore, global prosperity is going to be challenged. What then, with the experiences that Korea has had, can take a leadership role in this area to make sure that there's some sense of common humanity in what we do. So I believe we owe it to the people of Africa and to future generations to seize this moment to create a world where every nation has a chance to prosper like Korea did for so many years. In all of these, there have been major interventions, as in the Marshall Plan for Germany, as in some Keynesian interventions in England, as to the US's support for Korea and Japan at a certain point in the development. And so what then becomes Korea's responsibility going forward with the experiences that they have. So even as we celebrate Korea and its accomplishments, which really are very exciting for all of us, we cannot lose sight of the enormous challenges that lie ahead, and therefore the responsibility that we have to share. Your Samuel Undong Community Development Movement in the 70s really has to be extended in terms of a global reach to say that we all form that village, and therefore how do we work together to make sure that the world moves in a way in which all of us are protected and we create a world in which productivity is for all of us. So we must indeed look at the next 60 years of KDI, make it more international, make it more African in terms of looking to solve the issues that we have, because in that will be the creation of the market to support the products that you have. And as Martin Luther King said, we are all together caught in an inescapable network of mutuality, all of us, tied in a single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. So I wish the KDI well, we wish Korea well, and we look forward to an engagement that appreciates where Africa stands and how we can together build a better and greater world. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your remarkable presentation. Would like to invite yourselves back. 고맙습니다.
Thank you very much. We were able to learn that there are a lot of ideas and insights we can share regarding Korea's economic development experience and international cooperation. I'd like to once again thank the Minister for his presentation. Let's move on to the second presentation, which will be provided by the participant from Mongolia. We were supposed to have Minister of Finance Bold from Mongolia, but due to conflicting schedule, he was not able to be here in person. So on his behalf, we have with us the head of International Financial Division, Mr. Boloma Ganbold, for the presentation. Please welcome her with a big round of applause.
So, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Boloma Ganbold. I'm from Ministry of Finance of Mongolia. So, it's great pleasure to participate in international conference celebrating of the 60th anniversary of the Korean 5-year economic development plan. I would like to take opportunity to extend my sincere gratitude to Ministry of Economy and Finance and also Korean Development Institute. Thank you. So now I'm moving to the presentation, which is focused on the economic development model of Korea and lessons learned from the international cooperations between Korea and Mongolia. So my presentation is included 6 topics. I will come by one. Korean economy experienced significant growth in latter half of the 20th century, transforming it from the borrower country to donor country just 5 decades. So as we all heard from the morning sessions, wonderful speech and then wonderful presentation. So I will be skip this slide. So Korean development model has been source of the inspiration of many countries, including Mongolia. Following are the key factors that Korean government implemented to recover from this crisis. So as we know, all Asian countries faced the financial crisis in 1997 and also 2008. So since establishing diplomatic relations in 1990, two countries have strengthened their ties in various areas, including economy, trade, culture, and education. So Korea is one of the major strategic partners of our country. Over the years, two countries have continued to establish diplomatic relations and hence made to significant progress strengthening their bilateral relations with high-level visits from both sides. So official development assistance in Mongolia has been directed toward a wide range of the sector. These included infrastructure development, education, healthcare, and private sector development. And also, Korean Exim Bank plays roles in supporting infrastructure projects and supporting economic cooperation between two countries. So, as we all know, the Korean Development Institute has been involved with various initiative projects, and also our country. So, KDI is supporting to economic development and policy recommendations such as Korean knowledge sharing program since 2010 in our country. So KOICA has been active in Mongolia since 1991, providing to various forms of the supporting to help promote the country's economic and social development. Moving on the knowledge sharing program, KSP is a development cooperation program initiated by the Korean Development Institute and the Ministry of Strategic Finance in 2004. Since 2010, KSP has implemented over 40 policy development programs which is different topics to each year. Here is the list of the program which we have to implemented in Mongolia 2010 to 2022. So most of the KSP program were implemented in improvement of our financial sector in Mongolia. This slide shows two key outcomes of the KSP with Mongolia. So as the result of the strengthening in infrastructure of the financial market under the 2017 to 2018 has achieved two significant outcomes were achieved. Mongolian Stock Exchange cooperated with the Financial Regulatory Commission and other infrastructure organizations in order to bring domestic capital market to international market status. So more especially T+2 system based on the delivery versus payment settlement mechanisms was successfully introduced at domestic stock market on the March of 2020. Secondly, the Financial Times Stock Exchange, we know the Fitzgerald officially re-added the Mongolian to watch list of the frontier market classification. This is the key outcomes of the strengthening infrastructure in the financial market. Secondly, I want to focus on the key outcomes of the 2018 to 2019 KSP program, which is mostly focused on the strengthening economic development planning and infrastructure funding. So the first achievement is our parliament approved by establishment of the Mongolian Development Research Center, which is currently known MONDI, same as structure with the KDI. So this development aims to foster research and analysis to capability for supporting Mongolia's economic growth. And secondly, the part of the ongoing efforts to enhance Mondi is the capability. 2030 to 2040, KSP will be focused on establishing two policy research institute with Mondi. This is upcoming initiative to further strengthening Mondi capacity building in Ministry of Finance. Sorry, I forgot to change my slide. And then this slide shows as key outcomes of the KSP with Mongolia. So in these recent years, the Mongolia's effort to strengthening the financial market have focused on addressing weaknesses of the domestic debt management, comparing to the weaker than external debt management. So it's addresses to challenge the Ministry of Finance. Mongolia has shown to increase interest rate in participating in financial market development program under the KSP. So notable outcome would be 2020-2022 KSP with the Mongolian Ministry of Finance is focused on the Mongolian economy by advancing the government bond market. So Korea's extensive experience on the government bond market development was used to identify three policy agenda. With this help of the suggestions and recommendations of this project, so Mongolian government has taken several steps to develop its government bond market, including issuing bonds in the domestic market in this year. And then we are using various of the trading system, which is the testing blockchain-based security trading platform in this 2023. So as end of the 2022, as we see this cycle, 2002, there is a 595 entities and joint stock companies are operated in the security market in Mongolia, with the total circulation of the 594.9 billion tukrux, which is increased 2.4 times from the 2018. This slide, so I will give to positive impact of the KSP on the Mongolian economic development. So knowledge sharing program KSP had the several positive impact on the Mongolia, including mutual learning. So KSP is not only enabled Korean expert gain to in-depth understanding policy challenge of the Mongolia, but also improved access to knowledge by providing Mongolian policymakers and practitioners with access to relevant international knowledge and expertise. And second, comprehensive capacity building. So this program also giving to enhance the institutional capacity by providing technical assistance and training to government officials and also other stakeholders. And thirdly, increase to international cooperation. KSP has been increased international cooperations by the facilitating knowledge to exchange and collaborating with Mongolia and other countries. So lastly, the building network to sustainable growth. And also KSP's network acts to platform for economic cooperations as well as our Mongolia. So my last slides shows to future cooperation strategy between two countries. As Mongolia and Korea look toward deepening their cooperations between future cooperation strategies include these four areas. So first, continue to cooperations with KSP, which we had passed. So secondly, maintain to further strengthening this relationship, leading to potential collaborations in other areas. And thirdly, gain to new business opportunity to extend influence to in region, while the Mongolia benefits from Korea's expertise and technology. And then As Mongolia faces new challenges, its developing journey, so it's continued to cooperation with the Korean through the KSP will provide new opportunity to address these challenges. So thank you again.
네, 고맙습니다. 오늘 이렇게
Thank you very much.
몽골 재무장관
On behalf of the Minister of Finance, Director Gunbold presented the cooperation case of Mongolia, and we now have Professor Jung Hyuk, who is going to talk about Korea's economic development, international cooperation, and future directions. Good afternoon. I am Jung Hyuk. I'm a professor at Seoul National University. I'd like to thank you for the invitation to speak. Today, I'd like to talk about how, through the experience of Korea's economic development, what kind of implications and insight can be gained for international development cooperation. In order to understand international development cooperation, we first need to understand what international development is. When we talk about development, the ultimate purpose is to create a society where everyone leads a very good life, and at the core is resolving poverty. Poverty, the way we see it, we only think about absolute poverty, but the issue of poverty, we also have to think about relative poverty. So poverty alleviation, regardless of the development stage of the countries, we have to deal with poverty issues and why we need international development cooperation. Only then can we understand it. Low income, mid income, high income countries, and as we have highly connected countries, people may wonder, do we need cooperation? But if we were to define poverty in a wider sense, from the sense of shared prosperity, then we see and understand the meaning of international development cooperation. In Korea, I think there is a bit of a misunderstanding about international development cooperation. It's one modality and of international development, and when we talk about ODA, it is one part of international development cooperation. But some people equate international development cooperation with ODA, but it is just one of the tools, and we need to escape from that because absolute poverty and relative poverty, we need to solve these issues by other tools than ODA. Ultimate goal is international development, and international development cooperation is a way to enable international development, and we need to move away from just relying on and thinking only about ODA. And in terms of flow of financial resources, when we look at the Monterey Consensus or Addis Ababa Action Plan, there have been discussions about the development cooperation, and it used to be ODA centered, and it only accounts for 15% of the external funding, and the rest is trade, investment, and a lot of the fund from the private sector. So the rest, 85%, is coming from non-ODA sources. And looking at the two important things from international development perspective, after the Industrial Revolution, on the right-hand side, we are seeing that the income inequality worldwide is widening. And we see that after the Industrial Revolution. And there are two reasons for a widening income gap: because of changes within the country, and second is between the countries. After the 1820s, the world inequality was between countries, and as time passed, the differences between the countries increased because they were on different growth trajectory and the growth outcomes were different. And so it is to reduce the growth gap to enable a more equal society between the countries. And this shows the per capita GDP, and it shows the poverty rate, absolute poverty. So people living with less than $1, we see many countries in Africa, 60 to 80% are living on less than $1 income per day. And so we do have awareness of these situations. And one thing I'd like to stress is, as I mentioned before, worldwide, the income inequality is widening because of different growth dynamics between the countries. And in the 1960s, after World War II, the growth dynamics have changed greatly. The graph on the left-hand side shows the purchasing power adjusted growth rate for the OECD countries, and consistently we see that the growth rate is falling and it's close to 1%. But the developing nations, according to World Bank's income class, upper middle income or lower middle income or low income countries, up until the 1990s, their growth rate was falling or it was in a negative figure, but now it's a U shape. So after the 1990s, if we zoom in on that period, we divided them into upper middle, lower middle, low, and least developed countries. After the mid-1990s, we see that the upper middle countries or the emerging countries have shown a growth rate that was always higher than the advanced nations. And in the 2000s, upper middle and lower middle, including all these countries, the emerging nations and even the low-income countries surpassed the growth rate of the high-income countries. And so the axis of growth is shifting, and in that sense, development cooperation demand is not only just advanced nations helping the emerging nations, but realistically speaking, the globalized economic order needs to be rethought and reorganized, and we have to approach development cooperation from that sense. And then, what implications does Korea's development experience have on the development cooperation? First is, for the last 60 years, Korea's growth can be summarized by 6P and 6D. Annually, for 6 decades, it grew by 6%. And if we looked at the long-term growth rates, it is only Korea that has experienced such high growth rate for a long period of time. So 6P, 6D can well summarize Korea's growth. And we need to look at how this was possible, and then we can apply the lessons learned to international development cooperation. So for the last 5 to 6 years, I've been monitoring the last 60 years of Korea's growth period. I compared Korea and Asian countries, and the difference became stark, like the fan opening. It's just a difference in the growth rate. 6p. We grew by 6%. And so the difference in speed was the differentiator. And we compared Korea with Africa, as was mentioned by the finance minister of Ghana in the 1960s. Ghana was ahead of Korea. It was a wealthier nation. Did Ghana stop growing? No, that is not the case. In the 1960s and 70s, Ghana's economy was growing, but the growth stopped. And in many African countries, growth acceleration had happened, and there were many African countries who made such leap in Africa as well as Latin Americans, and the most number of growth acceleration episodes occurred in Africa and Latin America. So for 6 decades, Korea was able to widen the income difference between the countries, because it was not just a matter of speed, but how long it was able to sustain that growth. In the interest of time, I'll just skip Latin America. And so through Korea's experience, Korea can play a bridging role. And this picture captures that. It shows Korea's position. In the 1960s, we were very poor, and growth acceleration occurred in the mid to end of 1980s. And after that, after the neoclassical economic development, we experienced a lower growth rate. So growth acceleration and normalization, we show this pattern of this, and it's only Korea that shows this. We have a very wide spectrum, and we are in a position to discuss many types of international development cooperation. And compared to the European donor countries, Korea has experienced all the challenges that the current emerging countries are experiencing. And through 6P, 6D growth, we compared Korea's growth and the other countries. In the 1970s, we looked at the 10 decile groups of the income, and in 2019, we also divided it, and this shows the global income mobility table. And in most cases, if you are in the green zone, for Rwanda, in the 70s, it was in the lowest decile, and in 2019, it was still in the lowest decile. And diagonally upper countries, they had shifted upward in their income. And there are only 2 countries, Botswana and Korea, that jumped 5 steps. And the country that fell is in the 70s, it was in the 7th decile, and it fell to the bottom in 2019, and that country is Venezuela. What this table shows is poverty trap is not a destiny, and you can escape that destiny, and that is well exemplified by Korea. And Korea's growth and development experience was understood with this decomposition graph. We looked at the past 60 years' income. we only looked at human capital or physical capital and productivity and labor mobilization. And looking at the four elements, what is interesting is what contributed most was productivity. It's different by different time periods. Productivity was a great discovery because Professor Paul Krugman in the 1990s said that East Asian growth is not a miracle because productivity can sustain long-term growth, and productivity contributed, except for Hong Kong, for only a little portion of the economic growth. And that was the first 30 years. And as you can see from the graph, by different decades, the major contributing factor changed. In the 1960s, it was labor and human capital, which were the major contributors to the growth. And in the 1970s, it was physical capital that was the huge contributor. Human capital and physical capital served as a foundation, and in the 1980s, the contribution factor was shifted to productivity. For 30 years, it was able to sustain annual growth rate of 6%. And so for 6 decades, this long-term growth was possible due to high productivity. The emerging nations, I talked about Africa and Latin America, how they experienced growth acceleration and then stopped. That's the middle income trap. There's land, and including the structural shift. It shows more detailed results, but I will skip this. And as you can see from this graph, it shows that in Korea did stay in the middle income category for just 6 years. In going from the 60s to 70s, there were many countries that took off, not only Korea, but it only stayed in the middle income trap for 6 years, and then it escaped this. And Korea was the only country that escaped, and that was due to productivity-based economic development. It made the transition successfully. And how did Korea use the ODA that it had received? Simply put, it used it very densely for a very short period of time. It was a grant for war reconstruction, and in the 1970s, when we experienced rapid growth, there were loans instead of grants. So they were transformed into investment. So there was a different strategy employed for utilizing the ODA. I only have 2 minutes. I'm getting a warning. So ODA utilization was quite strategic, and the big framework was not having a long-term reliance on ODA, and there was a transition from grant to loans. And what is interesting is, well, this is a recent research that I did. Does ODA is it effective in development? I looked at the 70s throughout 2019. I did regressive analysis extensively. And as you can see from the table, there is income growth effect that began to show only recently. ODA effect is shown after the MDG period. Income growth effect is shown, but TFP growth is a minus. So through which channel did income growth happen? It was through job creation and input growth. So what this means is when Before 2000s, ODA was not effective, and even when there was ODA, it was mostly job creation and input growth, and it was not serving as a long-term growth source. So that is the reality. And we do talk about SDGs. For SDGs, there are 17 goals and there are 232 sub-goals, and achieving these all with ODA is impossible. We do talk about from billions to trillions in development assistance. It used to be billions that were required, but it now requires trillions in budget, and no one country can afford this. So we need development finance, and that needs to become more active. It's not just mobilization of the resources. We now have to have the private sector participate more actively in development financing. So overall, what I wanted to say was, in approaching international development cooperation, we have to think of shared growth, and we have to complement and utilize ODA and non-ODA, and the size of development assistance and the allocation is important, and depending on the level of development, the dimension is going to be different. Is it going to be more labor-led or physical capital-led or human capital-led? And for long-term growth, well, this was the strength of Korea. So we were able to have a different ODA strategy, and there was knowledge cooperation and financial cooperation, and they need to be harmonized. And G2G ODA is very important, but we also need to have a cooperation to invite the private sector so that Korea can have some impactful international development cooperation. With that, I'd like to end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. That was an extensive presentation on the Korea's economic development, international cooperation, and future directions delivered by Professor Chung Hyuk. So thank you so much for your insightful presentation. So we heard all three presentations for the second session. We would now like to begin the panel discussion. For this panel session, Senior Advisor Kyung-uk Har from Bae Kim and Lee will moderate the discussion, and I would like to invite all the presenters and discussants up to the stage. So we have the three presentations, and based on the presentations, we're going to have in-depth discussions. I'd like to invite all the panel members up on the stage. The theme of this session is Economic Development Plans and International Cooperation. Three presentations were delivered, and now with a pool of experts, we're going to have in-depth discussions. Thank you for joining us. Now, I would like to hand over to Mr. Ha, who will moderate the discussion. So please go ahead. Oh, okay, we have one more person, so please come up to the stage to join us. We have so many experts who are here with us, and we look forward to discussions with these experts to discuss how we could further advance our economy and strengthen international cooperation. I'd like to thank all the panel members for their contribution in advance. Now, let's begin the panel discussion for section 2. Mr. Ha, please go ahead. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am Kyung-uk Ha, Senior Advisor at Bae Kim and Lee. Let me briefly introduce the panel members. And on my left, we have Professor Chung Hyuk, and next to him, we have Cha Seung-hee, who is director of the Park Jung-hee Institute of Development Studies, and we have Mr. Richard Damania, chief economist at the World Bank. And from Hansung University, we have Professor Eunju Kim. And from KAIST, Professor Emeritus, Professor Sung Pung-hyun. And from KDB, Future Strategy Research Institute, General Manager Choi Ho. We heard from Minister of Ghana and also Ms. Gandolf from Mongolia, as well as Professor Chung. And Professor Chung mentioned that for the past 60 years, the average growth rate was 6%, and Korea is the only country that was able to achieve this. And during lunch, there were heated discussions, and that is why there was delay in luncheon. And we have only 30 minutes, and it is impossible that we have to end our discussions in 30 minutes. But regardless, I would like to ask each panel member to comment for 5 minutes. We have the Korean Knowledge Sharing Program initiated by the Korean government, where we discuss how Korea has been engaging in international cooperation. In the first session, we discussed how we were able to achieve miraculous economic growth. And in the following session, we're going to discuss future strategies and visions. And here, in the session, we're going to discuss matters related to international cooperation. Because it is a broad topic, I came up with 5 smaller topics. First of all, knowledge sharing. What does it mean to share knowledge? It's not just sharing money, but it's sharing knowledge. Then the second question is, what will be the content of such knowledge sharing? And the third topic is about this particular program called the KSP, Knowledge Sharing Program. Now, there are some limitations to the KSP program. Then how can we advance this initiative further? The fourth topic is that Korea has been accumulating its own development expertise and experiences, and these need to be shared with other countries. Then this ability to create and disseminate knowledge need to be further strengthened. So how can we do that? And finally, as Professor Chung mentioned, KSP is a form of ODA, and this can be understood in terms of international cooperation and international development cooperation. Now, Korea wishes to be a global pivotal state. So what should be our vision for ODA for Korea as it wishes to expand its role in the international community? So with these 5 specific topics, you may feel free to comment on some of the topics that are of your interest. So now I'd like to first ask Director Cha to start.
Thank you. We don't have much time, so I will just cut to the chase and make my comments. First, as for KSP, we have been doing it for like 15 years, close to 20 years now. And there were similar projects like transfer of Semal movement. But personally, I don't see visible results. What kind of knowledge are we sharing? I'd like to be on the provocative side. And what should we do in the future? I was listening to the presentations, and Dr. Ko's presentation in the morning moved me deeply because KDI and the academia for a long time have talked about the economic miracle, but as a result, the resource allocation and distribution was distorted. There was too much government intervention. So these are the comments that we have heard. And do you think this makes sense? Without distorting the asset allocation, we cannot have economic miracles. If you are to accept the economic success in the beginning, then we have to first accept the fact that we are able to develop the economy, and then we should find out what made that possible, and that should be the order of KSP. But I don't think enough effort went into finding out the actual knowledge. And importance of companies was also discussed. And in the economics, there are no corporations. There is just a market. If there needs to be a company, the market needs to be unstable, and then without that, we cannot embrace companies. We have just production function. We have labor, capital, and production. Then the economy grows. But we have labor and capital out in the market. Some countries use it well, but some other countries cannot utilize these factors very well. Why is that? We have to accumulate labor, capital. We have to enhance labor productivity. We have to increase exports. These are some of the agenda that we made, and it's just a phenomena of the economy. What this means is if we devote ourselves to growth and development, then we can develop and grow the economy. How can we move the people to make them work harder? And how can we move the companies to accumulate capital? And how can we move the companies to export more? That's the policy know-how. Without teaching that, the developing nations cannot achieve miracles. We have a chief economist from the World Bank, and the developing countries are saying that they cannot, convert the lessons and advice into good policies. They're not capable of formulating policies to enable economic growth. Korea had the know-how, and Korea was able to succeed. And so, then what is the know-how? We have to find that. Then we can succeed in KSP programs. During the Park Chung-hee administration and after that, the conclusion that I arrived at was Korea was not government-led, but it was company-led economic growth. Is there any noteworthy public or state-owned companies that were successful and developed the economy? In Taiwan, most of the important companies were state-owned. They seemed to be successful for a short period of time, but they went through failure in the infrastructure industry, but they grew their IT business from the private sector and they caught up with Korea. So what I want to say is we have to resuscitate the companies and understand the role of the companies. Then we can understand Korea and we can do KSP programs well. We had Dr. Ko Young-sun and Park Jin, and with Minister Jin Yeom, I was the project manager for the first KSP program in Turkey, and I had a discussion with the Turkish counterpart. Turkey has done 9 economic development plans, and Korea learned from Turkey. So, Turkey, what do you want to know from Korea? Ask me questions, and there were 2 questions from Turkey. One, how could Korea increase exports by 100-fold within a short period of time? Turkey had 9 economic reforms and tried to grow exports, but it was not possible. And the second question was, how could Korea grow SMEs into global players? Turkey could not do this. And these were 2 questions, and these are the fundamental problems of developing nations. If you cannot find the solutions to these questions, then KSP program is bound to fail. And so I asked my colleague, how did you come up with such policies and how did we succeed? So if we just support the SMEs, then we make them into successful conglomerates. And if we teach the companies and support the companies, then they don't just increase their exports. So I said, do it the other way around. So support the winners, and the banks should provide more credit to the winners. We have to provide support to the companies that are competitive enough to export more. So how can you grow export? We have to allocate more resources to more competitive companies that are capable of exporting. We cannot continue to support money-losing companies. Then we will be downgrading the economy, and everyone will fail. Could you wrap up? We don't have much time. Yes. The reason why I'm saying this is Korea was able to succeed by, providing selective support to the strong players. So that's what I can say. And after that, Turkey experienced a 7% growth rate. I guess maybe my advice helped. During Park Chung administration, how did that 5-year economic development plan go? It was to prioritize the investment. We looked at the capable companies and we supported the companies. The companies that were able to help themselves were supported, and we provided a more favorable environment. Then the SMEs were able to grow into chaebols. There were subsidies and incentives given to the companies. And economists are saying that this is unfair and it goes against the market principle. Could you wrap up? We have to incentivize the hardworking companies, and that's the function of the market. And the government should also be in lockstep with that. So with that, I'd like to close. So yes, I gave you the answer to KSP. I'm sorry. So when I said this, the Turkish public officials said, we cannot do that because we are a social democratic regime and we have to provide equal support. We cannot support the high performers. We also have to provide the same level of support for the lower performers. I think Korea now is doing what Turkey is doing now. Thank you. I'm sorry I could not give you more time.
Next, Mr. Damania, please limit your remarks.
Thank you so much, and it's an honor to be here, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to be very brief. The most fundamental and the most effective form of aid, I do believe, that we can actually give, or assistance we can give countries, is to help them to educate themselves. No country in the world has ever developed without educating itself and having an educated workforce. So that is the most critical thing that we can actually do. That's the first thing. The second thing is what we know for sure is that tomorrow is going to look different from today. If you look at Korea's experience, initially you started investing in infrastructure, you reached the limits of growth, then you went to heavy industry, you reached the limits of growth, then you went to high-tech industry, you reached the limits of growth, and you switched. How did you do the switch? You were adaptable because you had an educated workforce, and you had the right incentives exposed to market forces that allowed you to actually make that switch. So unless we can provide knowledge in whatever form it actually is, unless we can provide education in whatever form it is, countries will A, not grow, B, not able to adapt. Let me share with you a quote from, of course, the very famous biologist Charles Darwin. Darwin, you will recall, actually told us that it is not the strongest species that survives, it is not the biggest species that survives, it's the most adaptable species that survives. To be adaptable in economic terms, you have to be educated, you have to have human capital. So I would say knowledge sharing is much more valuable than building bridges or anything else that you can actually do to countries. What form should that knowledge take? I think different countries are at different stages. I think we need to be targeted and we need to differentiate the kinds of ways in which we disseminate knowledge. I do think Korea has quite a good model in terms of doing it. For example, with the bank, there's a Korean Green Growth Trust Fund. Even if I'm a little bit biased, I would say that works extremely well in terms of looking at a particular sector where there is demand. And then on the supply side, we look at, can Korea offer something which is useful? Let demand meet supply, and there you have it, you have a solution. So overall, I would say a focus on knowledge is essential. I'll end with another phrase in English. If you want to teach a man to survive or a woman to survive, don't give that man or a woman a fishing rod. Teach that man or a woman how to fish. So you teach them how to fish, they'll go out and fish themselves. We don't have to keep building them roads and whatever else. So let me end with that by saying I think knowledge is absolutely critical, as is building human capital to any form of development, including for Korea at the next stage. Who knows where artificial intelligence is going to take us? Again, without a good educated workforce, we're not going to take on the next set of challenges. Let me end there. Thank you so much.
예, 감사합니다. 기본적으로
Thank you very
교육과
much. You
인적 자원
talked about the
개발
importance of
그리고
education and human capital development and how we need to be adaptable to new phenomena. And in that sense, we need to invest in education. I'd like to invite Professor Kim Eun-ju from Hansong University. Hello, I am Kim Eun-ju from Hansong University. The reason why I'm here is I was participating and evaluating the KSP program in response to COVID-19 and what the partner countries want and what can they do now and how should KSP change going forward. So I'd like to make a few comments on that. As was mentioned by Mr. Damania, World Bank and ADB, these multilateral banks call themselves solution banks. They don't just give financial resources, they give solutions. So that's how they're transforming. In that sense, in 2004, Korea has done 670 KSP projects and have helped partner countries, and we're very proud of the fact. But going forward, what we need is, for the last 30 to 40 years, how did Korea develop? It's not to deliver that kind of knowledge. As was mentioned by the finance minister of Ghana, the African countries are experiencing new threats and new challenges, and how to respond to them. The partner countries want Korea to help them right now. Information society, digital society, Korea was ahead, and the partner countries are aware and they want to get help in that regard. Maybe through KSP, through the last 20 years, we have done modularization, but now we need to go one step further and we need to teach them how to be aware of and respond to these new threats. And the second type of knowledge that is in demand is how to cooperate with the private sector. That was mentioned by the finance minister of Ghana and also by Professor Chung Hyuk. Let's say Korea is providing consulting to relocating administrative capital in Indonesia. They're interested in how to procure the fund from the private sector, and they want the details. And so in line with that, the KSP is focusing on how can the private sector participate in these types of programs, and we hope to do more of this. As was mentioned by Mr. Damania, adaptive is very important, and we are experiencing global complex crises. Multiple simultaneous crises are happening, so rapid, agile, flexible response is needed, and they want support in that regard. And compared to that, KSP is more long-term. It's 1 year based, and the administrative processes are too complicated, and we cannot help with the timely response. We need to change the laws and regulations. And with this, I'd like to end. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Now, Professor Song, hello. As has been introduced, I am Song Pung-hyun of KAIST. I taught nuclear engineering at KAIST for 30 years, and I retired a couple of years ago. And currently in Kenya, I am involved in a project to build Kenya ICE or Kenya KAIST over there. So I'm leading this project. The topic of the session is economic development planning and international cooperation. So I would like to introduce to you an international cooperation project that KAIST is carrying out, and I would also like to talk about the importance of science and technology in international cooperation. What the project that I'm going to introduce to you is to establish a Kenya ICE, or Kenya Institute for Science and Technology. So I am leading the team that is building this new institution in Kenya. As you may remember, 50 years ago, KAIST was established. Back then, $6 million of loan was taken from the US and used this money to create KAIST. And KAIST has been developing and growing. And so likewise, the Kenyan government is borrowing about $100 million from the Korean government to build an institution similar to KAIST. And so as for what kinds of courses need to be offered and how curriculum has to be designed, we have a lot of experience at KAIST. So we're providing consulting and advice on the specific designing of the programs at KAIST. In 1962, Korea's per capita was only $100, but in 2022, it has gone up to more than $33,000. And behind this economic development was hard work and effort by scientists and engineers. So it is crucial to educate these professionals. And at that time, KAIST was an idea that was suggested, and then the KAIST was actually established. And this institution has made huge contribution. According to some data, about 70,000 PhD and MA holders were nurtured, and about 25% of development staff at Samsung are from KAIST. And when you take a look at the faculty members, about 20% of the faculty members in universities in the fields of science and engineering are graduates of KAIST. And according to QS ranking in London in 2021, KAIST is ranked 41st. And when you look at the engineering field only, our ranking is 16th. So this shows that KAIST has played a key role in supporting the economic development of Korea. So we are very proud of this contribution. So we share that with Kenya. And the Kenyan government understood the importance of establishing a higher ed institution that is dedicated to science and technology. So this project is ongoing as a result. We're discussing the knowledge sharing program of the Korean government. So when it comes to the KSP, and when we say knowledge, I believe that knowledge on science and technology is crucial, it's vital. So it is important to educate and nurture human resources specialized in science and technology, and that is what knowledge sharing is about. And KAIST has been dedicated to building and educating knowledge, and this was shared with Kenya. And at that time, Dr. Jung Koo-mo, former Minister of Science, he was the one that proposed the idea of establishing KAIST several decades ago. And now Dr. Jung Koo-mo has become an advisor to the Kenyan president. So that was the late 2000s. And he told the president there that Kenya need a similar institution like KAIST. And Kenya is dedicated to developing its economy by 2030, and it's been establishing and implementing 5-year economic development plans. And so Dr. Jung told the president that that the country would need an institution similar to KAIST. So the Kenyan president accepted this proposal, and he started the process of creating a higher ed institution similar to KAIST. A lot of talks were made today, but I would like to reiterate the importance of science and technology because nobody mentioned about this aspect. And also, I heard the story that in Japan they studied why Korea was able to grow its semiconductor industry. And during the rapid economic development, many smart people, they majored in science and engineering, but in Japan at that time, bright students majored in medicine and they all wanted to become doctors. That was back then, but how about the situation now? In Korea, a lot of academically successful students, they want to go to medical school rather than majoring in science and engineering. And so this is quite unfortunate because engineering, science, and technology will continue to be crucial. And I hope that we will put a focus once again on this area. Thank you so much.
And now Mr. Ho Choi. Hello, everyone. I am a general manager at KDB, or Korea Development Bank. Professor Chung Hyuk talked about 6% annual growth for 6 decades. So productivity, human capital were the contributors, and science and technology was also important, and finance was also important behind the growth. And especially as a development financing organization, KDB has a very long history. So I'm sure that you will feel that we were vital. We were founded back in the 1950s. We worked on war reconstruction in the 1970s and 80s. We promoted the heavy and chemical industries, and after that the automotive and the semiconductor industries, and now we are promoting the battery business. So we were behind that, and it's not all. KDB is a policy bank, so it protects the market against market failure. So when there are financial crises and when the market fluctuates, KDB steps in. So for corporate restructuring, we make up for market failure, and we also pioneer into new areas of finance for PF. We are one of the top tier players in the world, so we are contributing in many areas. To talk about KDB in KSP, there have been achievements in development assistance, and we share that knowledge from 2011 to 2015. For 4 years, we were participating in the Mongolian Development Bank, and so we supported the Mongolian Development Bank as an advisor. Vietnam, Chile, Cambodia are some of the countries where we transfer our development assistance knowledge. And based on this experience, KDB's experience, I'm sure, can be disseminated globally. And one thing I'd like to mention is, in the course of development assistance, what is important is we have to have finance, and ODA itself is not enough. From the perspective of developing nations, they start with ODA because they don't have the fund. The national credit rating is important, and so development assistance banks will have to pool the external fund to within the country, and when the private sector funding size increases, then they're invested in the national development agenda. So resource mobilization is very important. With that, I'd like to end. Thank you very much. Professor Chung Hyuk, is there anything that you would like to add? Yes, one thing I'd like to add is In implementation for development cooperation, we have to share our experience. And as to the know-how of implementation, research and knowledge is only ad hoc based, and we need some in-depth research, and that has to be done by a specific organization. So I hope that KSP can set up an organization instead of just commissioning the research about implementation. We need to have a dedicated organization to do research on implementation. Thank you. In the interest of time, I'd like to summarize.
So when it comes to the KSP or knowledge sharing program, as Mr. Damania mentioned, it is important to teach them how to fish rather than giving them fish itself. And also, Mr. Shah mentioned that it is important to have effective policies, and also policies and knowledge, they all need to be combined and delivered. And also, Director Cha mentioned about the importance of nurturing private businesses, and Mr. Damania talked about the importance of human capital, education, and teaching them how to be adaptive. And then Professor Kim mentioned that when you go to a developing country, of course, Korea's experience may be relevant, but now developing countries are faced with a multitude of complex challenges. So there is growing demand for new town development and other climate-related challenges. And at the same time, there's this 17 SDGs of the UN that need to be implemented. So it's not just about economic development, but digital and green and economic and environmental protection, all the other areas need to be addressed. And when it comes to the format and the structure of the KSP, there are several limitations because these are rather single topic programs on an annual basis. So there are certain constraints that may limit what the KSP can do. And also, Mr. Choi talked about the implementation aspect, and Mr. Cha also mentioned that we need to think about the essence of Korea's economic development so that we can truly understand and gain insights from our experience. And we may also need to update or improve the KSP program structure so that we can be more flexible and agile in meeting the demands of the partner countries. And regarding future directions, as was briefly mentioned, and as was mentioned by Professor Sung, ODA is not the only solution. ODA is not enough. There are multiple goals that we need to address, and ODA is a rather limited supply of finance. We need to be able to tap into funds and resources available in the private sector, and to engage the private sector for economic development assistance, we need to be more innovative and creative, and we can also think about developing or establishing an organization dedicated to economic development assistance. And with that, I'd like to wrap up today's discussion. Once again, thank you very much, the panelists, for their contribution. Thank you very much. We had the second session on economic development plans and international cooperation. I'd like to thank the moderator for their contribution. So let us give them another big round of applause for their contribution and their discussions. And we are going to have a photo session with the panel members on stage. And I would like to also thank the audience for their participation. We're going to have a 10-minute break before we start the third session, and there's coffee and refreshments outside. Please enjoy your break.
We will now begin session 3, Development Strategy and Vision for the Future Korea. We have 3 presenters and discussants waiting for us. I hope you will stay with us until the end to gain more insight. I would like to invite Professor Lee Si-uk from KDI School of Public Policy and Management will talk about strategies for economic security in response to the changes in the global trade system.
Good afternoon. As has been introduced, I am Lee Si-uk, professor at the KDI School of Public Policy and Management. I'd like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to make a presentation. In my presentation, I'd like to discuss the changing global trade system and what Korea has to do to respond to these changes in the global trade landscape. As you may be well aware, there are concerns regarding the competition between the US and China, rising trade protectionism, the COVID-19 pandemic, supply chain disruptions, and regional conflicts, leading to growing uncertainties in global trade, and the concept of economic security has become very important. We used to talk about security in a more traditional manner, limiting to military, but there is aspects of security related to trade, finance, technology, environment, labor, and human rights. So it has become important to discuss trade not just in terms of economic gains, but also in terms of preserving and protecting values and economic interests. There is competition among countries, so we're now talking about not just geopolitical and geoeconomic, but also techno-political aspects in establishing economic security strategies. Let's take a look at the changing global landscape. Recently, many unexpected changes have taken place. They include the COVID-19 pandemic and natural disasters. In addition, the global financial crisis took place 20 years ago, but then we have hyperinflation and economic recession. And with demographic changes, demand structures are changing, and we have security challenges posed by the war in Ukraine. Then, what will be the key driving factors for global trade system in the future? I think it has to do with changes in paradigm. And I can see that more governments are trying to be engaged in economic security, and at the same time, technological innovation is going to shift the global trading system going forward. Let's take a look at the policy paradigm change. So this may be about discussing the role of the government versus the role of the market. Historically, let's go back to the 16th century, and there's mercantilism, and there was very strong imperial forces, and there was emphasis on trade, maritime trade, and the government had a huge role. But then later, with liberalization, there was a major shift to market fundamentalism. And so the first round of globalization went on before the First World War broke out, and during these world wars, the government played a bigger role. And then, with the collapse of the Soviet Union and the Washington Consensus, which was more about putting importance on liberalism, there was a major shift again back to market fundamentalism. But recently, due to economic recession and growing income inequality and the rise of China, now the pendulum is swinging back to increasing role of the government. And you may see that there's this force that is driving the pendulum back and forth between the two. And with this shift taking place and gaining momentum, interventionist state is going to continue for some time. When it comes to globalization, scholars argue that there were two rounds of globalization. The first globalization was before the First World War, and The second round of globalization started from the mid-20th century, and there were many reasons why such globalization started, related to energy transition. And compared to the first globalization, what is interesting about the second globalization is that there is a shift or transition from oil to renewable energy. During first globalization, there was industrialization. That was the key. But now in the second globalization, there is increasing share of services in line with digital transformation. In the first globalization, trading was mainly about trading of commodities, goods. But during the second globalization, there's more trading of capital and knowledge and technology. So you can see diversification of the types of transactions, global transactions. So you should not only understand trade of goods, but also trade of other resources and services. In the past, some countries would import raw materials and export finished goods, but now there is a multiple interconnectedness among countries in the global trading system. So you can see that there are a lot of similarities between the two rounds of globalization. But there are also differences, especially in terms of digital transformation, low trade barriers, and advancement of capital markets, and hyperconnectedness among countries, and demographic changes. So there are differences between the two rounds of globalization. So nowadays, people are talking about a potential end of globalization. And the indicator is the share of trade to GDP. And you can see a decline in the trade openness index after the global financial crisis. So some say that maybe the second globalization is coming to an end. However, when you look at some of the market data, you can see the other side of the picture. Here you can see trade volume. And here, trade volume is showing continuous growing trend. Of course, there has been some slowdown, but overall, when it comes to trade volume, there has been constant increase. And after the COVID-19 pandemic, FDI was hit hard, but it was able to recover. Now, advanced countries are slowing down in their economy, but when it comes to GVCs and investments in developing markets, there has been constant increase. Some say that there will be the end of globalization, but when you look at the actual trade data, you can see that the trend may not be the case. And here, I made this calculation about the globalization. So globalization means that countries are becoming basically a one market, and this would mean that there is price convergence. So you have to take a look at the changes in prices among countries and see the difference in prices. But the difference or price divergence has decreased, and there's increase in price convergence. So you may hear some talks on the media and out in the market, but price convergence has become increasing over the years. But then what will happen in the future? When you look at some of the market trends, you may think that globalization would possibly continue to gain momentum, but there are policy paradigm shifts which may lead to more emphasis on government intervention, and this may lead to some changes in the global trading system. And in my view, globalization is not coming to an end, but the nature of globalization is changing. In the past, trade was all about export and import, but now in this new digital transformation era, it is not just about goods and services, but also data and information technology. So I'd like to share with you my views on some of the key trade issues. First of all, about strategic competition between the US and China. You would like to know what would happen, right? China may not be quick enough in catching up to the American economy, because China is losing, the population of China is shrinking, so it may have some issues there, and at the same time, in digital economy, there is competition among platforms. And in terms of platform, consumer market or domestic market is critical. You need to have a big domestic market, which has to be boosted by population. And recently, Alibaba and Tencent, they're not just competing in terms of platform, but they're competing in terms of domestic consumer demand. And there's energy transition. So in the process of transitioning to renewable energy sources, it is critical to secure access to rare minerals and other critical minerals. So in that sense, given all these situations, the US may continue to maintain hegemony and leadership, but then there may be some cases of weaponizing interdependence. For instance, the US has some room for improvement in its semiconductor industry, so that is where the US is poking or invoking China's response. And also, there are many global challenges that cannot be addressed by any single country. So countries around the world need to address these common global challenges, including climate change and the pandemic. Let's now talk about digital transformation. You may wonder what digital transformation is. In the past, we went through digitization of converting analog data into digital data, and there were process innovation to increase efficiency. But now, digital transformation is about fundamentally changing our economic system and create new business opportunities and new business models. And as a result, trading paradigm will change as well. But digital transformation is a new trend, and it has the potential to create new and unprecedented trade conflicts, especially in terms of data protection and data transfer and cyber security. So these are the areas we need to pay attention to. Now, regarding climate change, in the past, businesses were rather passive in complying with environmental regulations, but now companies are invested in developing innovative technologies to address climate-related issues. And at the same time, weaponizing critical minerals for climate change response and renewable energy is something that we need to cater to, and Korea is lacking such core minerals. We need to be prepared for this. Now, I'd like to go directly to the conclusion. As I mentioned, the global trading system is changing rapidly. Then what should Korea do? In this era of extra uncertainty, we need to develop a new strategy. In the past, we maintained strategic ambiguity, but this is not valid or effective anymore. In this new era, we need to have a very clear position and direction when it comes to economic security strategy. And Korea's Indo-Pacific strategy, I believe, is very promising because this is at least setting the direction for all the relevant stakeholders. We need to boost trust, and we also need to enhance transparency, and we should serve as a country that is setting the agenda. And we need to cover for our weaknesses and emphasize our strengths. Korea is a very successful country that has achieved economic growth and democratization. We have wonderful soft power, and we have key strategic assets in key industries such as semiconductors and EVs, but we also have weaknesses and disadvantages, including geopolitical situation and tensions with North Korea and high external dependence. So these are the weak areas we need to strengthen. And going forward, I would like to argue that we need to strengthen the spectrum diplomacy. And you may know that prism splits the light into multiple colors. In the past, prism, even a very cheap prism, worked well. But now, the incoming light has multiple layers. So you need to have a very sophisticated, very well-designed prism. So it means that the government has to have a spectrum diplomacy ready so that it can respond to multiple challenges and multiple partners in a flexible and differentiated manner. In the past, we focused on military security, but we need to expand cooperation with the US and US and Japan for technological cooperation as well. And in Europe, for instance, the Europe and the US, they have different positions. So regarding digital norms and climate change and other global issues, I think that we need to better coordinate our policies with those of other countries. And we now need to strengthen cooperation between the public and the private sectors. And you know that many Korean businesses are helping the government in a bid to host the 2030 Expo. So such cooperative relationship between the public and the private sector will continue to be important. Now, finally, there are 5 key areas for economic security. First of all, we need to secure hyper-gap strategic technology. And secondly, we need to build a sustainable energy system that is suitable for the Korean conditions. Third, we need to secure stable supply chains. And number 4, we need to boost stability in our macro finance. There are many global financial uncertainties, so we need to secure fiscal soundness and stability in the financial market. And finally, I like to argue that we need to beef up our social safety net because there are concerns about growing inequality. So in these areas, I hope that the government will think about specific strategies. And please refer to the slides for more information. So for these 5 key areas, we need specific strategies. As for supply chains, these are the 3 key areas. First of all, high-tech industry supply chains is crucial, especially semiconductors and batteries. The US is seeing that there was a transition from military technology to civil technology. The internet is an example, but there are dual-purpose technologies. And so the US and the Inflation Reduction Act, they are focused on protecting core technologies so that there will be no leakage into China. So they want to secure their high-tech supply chains. And also we need to have good supply chains for core minerals, and also we need to have a secure food supply chain because there's a potential weaponization of food around the world. So for these 3 areas, the Ministry of Economy and Finance, as well as KDI, we're collaborating on to develop specific strategies for these areas. Now, I'd like to bring your attention to historic lessons. During the first globalization and the first industrial revolution, you may see that before that revolution, most countries were reliant on agriculture. So before the first industrial revolution, countries were in similar situations. But after the late 19th century, you could see there were growing gaps among countries in terms of the level of industrialization. And China didn't do well in the 19th centuries and 20th centuries, but there were some countries that went ahead in adopting industrial technologies. Likewise, now we're going through the 4th industrial revolution and digital transformation. So for Korea to survive and win in the medium to long term so that we could have long-term prosperity, we have to be quick in implementing strategies to secure hyper-gap or differentiated core technologies. And so with that, I'd like to wrap up my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. You talked about where to focus for economic security. Thank you for the presentation. That was Professor Lee Si-wook from KDI School. We have as the second speaker Dr. Jung Eun-mi, who is a senior researcher at Keynote. She's going to talk about strategies to foster new industries for creative innovation. Please welcome her with a big hand. Good afternoon. I am Jung Eun-mi from KIT. New industry promotion is not something new. I'd like to talk about the current status of the Korean industry, where what the starting point is, and what the strengths and challenges are. This is the current status of the Korean industry. We have manufacturing and service industries, and they have contributed highly to economic growth. There are many sectors. There are many global players in the manufacturing sector, but the growth rate is slowing. But at the same time, the service sector has its high value-add areas, and a lot of contribution to economic growth, but it is highly correlated to the economic cycles. And so these are some of the weaknesses of manufacturing and service. Up until now, throughout many crises with portfolio, the manufacturing sector was able to deal with financial crisis and pandemic with different sectors, and they were able to create global leading players. Overall, by time frame, when we look at the characteristics for high tech, they led the growth, and the contribution for growth was 14%. It was raised to 30%, and the value add, it was going up incrementally, and the high tech has a very high growth rate in value add in manufacturing sector, technology, advanced, and high value add were the keywords of these technology sectors. And by time frame, from 2000 to 2020, the top 10 industries were selected, and they led production and export. And looking at the industries, the blue are what happened throughout all the decades. Yellow is what we saw in the 2 decades, and green is seen in only 1 decade. So looking at the different sectors, labor cost, employment, supply chain, these issues had some impact. So within the top 10, there were changes within the priority: semiconductor, automotive, petrochemical, steel. The concentration in these specific sectors were heavy, and there is bias and reliance toward certain sectors, and this is one of the weaknesses. But nonetheless, we have the flagship industries, the top 10 global 5 or global top 10 players. We have these Korean companies in this plot. So Korea, with the economic size, have these global players. So we need to think about how to utilize these industries, and then we can find the new growth engine and how to grow these industries further. For example, in Korea, the textile industry is considered a sunset industry, but if we add design elements or processing elements, then we could grow them into the next generation industry. So depending on how we utilize the potentials and the foundation, we could recreate new industries. But the industrial vitality is going down, and the manufacturing sector is turning into a restructuring type manufacturing. So we need to think about how to create new industries instead of remaining in the past. For the last 14 to 16 years, the flagship industries export was losing growth rate, and before that, we were able to export a lot to China, and we had many market opportunities, and that overall expanded the production base within Korea. But there was excess supply in China, and it impacted Korea, and it had a very serious implication. So for new industries, it's difficult for me to present new industries, but we talk about bio and battery, and their growth rate is very high. But regardless, semiconductor and automotive, in the share of these new industries is not yet that high, so we need to look into what is needed more. We need the source technology, and we also need to realign the supply chain to help these new industries grow. I talked about hardware and manufacturing sector. In creating new industries, what is most important is we have to make solid and very good products, but at the same time, we need to think about how to convert the country's soft power. Innovativeness, regulation, social capital, these are the sources of creating innovation, and we need to do a health check on how they are. For Innovation Achievement Index, we are in a low priority. And how is the regulatory reform taking place? The index is very low for Korea as well. And digital competitiveness, knowledge factor, technology factor, future readiness factor, Korea is ranked number 8 and number 1. Number 2 is the private sector and the adaptiveness. Those were where we scored high, but in the other areas we ranked low in knowledge factor and the role of the government. And so, in order to create new industries, we have to think of what we have and what we need more, and we can find the solutions from these evaluations. The value add percentage, comparing 2010 and 2021, considering the status and the growth potential of Korea, they're praised very highly. But compared to the other countries, the manufacturing's value add proportion is very low. So within limited resources, in order to create more value add, we need to think about what we need to do. So that is another homework. And now I'd like to talk about the future direction and what are some of the mega trends and how does it affect the conditions for creating new industries. What is most important is technology innovation is intensively taking place in DX, and we see green conversion, and that can act as another growth engine, and it presents another opportunity. On the left-hand side is the flagship industries, but as we can see, AI and big data could be utilized, and we see new promising products or industries. We could utilize the existing capacity and have better access to the global market, and we believe that there will be new opportunities in these areas. And on the right-hand side is talking about green transition. We could transition. We need to go carbon-free, and in producing machinery, it will not be just simple machine. In producing cars, it will not be just simple cars. There will be a new ecosystem using new components. And secondly, another megatrend is gaining intelligence, and we have to respond to convergence and intelligence. We only talk about smart factories, but when we're talking about DX in industries, we have to think about the value chain, not only production, but also R&D, design, engineering, logistics, how to collect and act on consumer information marketing. They're all interrelated. So these are becoming more intelligent. We need to change the plant. We need to introduce software. And plus, we have to think about how to supply. So we need to reinforce the supply base. And as you can see on the right-hand side, these are some of the new business models that come as services, and the manufacturing sector are integrated with new services and software. And another mega trend is we have to respond to a new global value chain. And depending on new technologies and regulations, we have to discover new emerging areas. We were focused on the manufacturing sector, but nonetheless, as you can see, we have AI, aerospace, processing, communication, navigation. These are different areas that are emerging. So we could utilize our past capabilities to venture into these new areas. And the next thing that I'd like to propose is we need to respond to the changes in the demand pattern. Consumers are changing, and it's no longer the times of mass consumption. We need to have mass customization. After the COVID-19, what we see is smart, content, clean, health, premium. These are the 5 keywords, and the industries with these keywords were growing fast, and they were appealing to the consumers. And in ICT, they are provided as services, and this presents another new business model. And so I talked about the direction of the industrial development, and now future tasks. We talk about transition, and so complete change will take place. It will not be just catching up. We need to be able to lead, and so this is going to be a high-risk environment, but we need some leading research. And it doesn't stop at R&D. Through technology innovation, we have to disseminate and we have to create success models. Then we can have new breakthrough technologies, and the private sector cannot go at it alone. We need government support, and we need to promote some tough R&D, and we need to commercialize. And during the valley of death and moment of some challenging times, we need to have more international cooperation, and we need to have more efficient R&D. Doing something well doesn't guarantee success because we need to diversify technology. We have to try many new things, and we need to create new innovative ecosystem. Of the R&D staff, we have many researchers, and compared to the other countries where industrial transitions take place, we have technicians, engineers, and supporting staff. Looking at the education system and the R&D system in Korea, we only focus on input, and we need to also look at the output and commercialization. We need to foster more resources to cater to the future demand. We need to nurture the talents not only quantitatively but also qualitatively that can read into the future demand. We need to have a quality pool of talents, and we also need to have the capacity to respond to the demands of the future industries and future companies. And we need to have innovative resources. We need to provide technology training, digital software, AI staff. They cannot exist independently. They have to work in the field, and there needs to be voices heard from the field, and this has to be reflected in the policies. And so infrastructure-wise, we have I know the letters are too small. New industries and big data are needed throughout all industries, and new materials are needed throughout. So there are some areas that have specific needs, but some are commonly required throughout industries. And for digital transition, if you look at this picture, we have small and medium-sized manufacturing companies. Except the semiconductor companies, their productivity is going up, and that's because they're using digital technology. So SMEs should be, they cannot develop digital technologies, but they should be able to tap into the technologies, and not only physically, but ICT technologies should also be available, and we need to nurture talent in this area. And the industrial complex served as a production base, but we need to add digital transition services, consulting, and they need to be integrated. And on the right-hand side, in the software industry, we need not only software experts, but also we need more professionals that have knowledge other than software. Software does not exist standalone. It has to be used throughout all industries. And lastly, about policy transition, whether it's private sector, in the transition period, the government has to step in when it cannot be implemented by the private sector. For complex system R&D and in creating initial markets for new technologies and new products, we need the government intervention. And as you can see on the right-hand side, it shows all the institutions involved in a regulatory sandbox, but nonetheless, biohealth, ICT, in dealing with the promising industries, it's still difficult to unravel, to be more flexible. It's difficult to persuade the stakeholders. If we cannot communicate with them, then these will not be able to grow. So we need to improve the communication system and regulatory system, and not just be content with data collection. We need to convert them into profitable business models, and we need to have systematic and institutional framework. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The presentation was about strategies to foster new industries for creative innovation. So it provided a different perspective in understanding strategies for the future. So thank you very much for the presentation. Let me now invite the last presenter for today's conference. Professor Chin Park of KDI School of Public Policy and Management is going to be presenting on innovating national governance for future strategies. Please welcome him with a big hand. Thank you very much. Here are the three main messages that I want to deliver today. So basically, it is about how we can develop our country so that it can implement changes. There were many discussions on how Korea is not very good at making changes, but we need to be able to change and prepare for the future. So how can we do that? When you think about governance, it is about relationship between the government, the market, and civil society. It is basically about who is making decisions, and there's a lot of research on this topic. In the past, in Korea, we nurtured export and private businesses, but the background of that was that the government was at the top of the decision-making process because our markets, our regional governments, and our civil society were not mature enough. So government-centered governance was in effect, and this led to the emergence of vested interests. Because vested interests helped accumulate capital, the government allowed that. Then there was a lot of tolerance. But the total factor productivity was affected because of this government-centered governance. And so I believe that this type of governance limits the growth of the total factor productivity because excessive regulations and excessive government intervention in the markets are limiting. And there is growing distrust in the government because sometimes government intervention has been rather discretionary rather than principled. Then economic growth can weaken social integration. So it is very different from the past. now there is conflict between growth and social integration. In the past, we enjoyed high growth, so protecting the vested interests was not that important. But now we are now in the phase of low growth, so people are interested in rent seeking rather than trying to grow the pie. In the past, we had authoritarian government, so government leadership worked. But now the government is expected to play a role as adjusting and mitigating conflicts because we are now a democracy. And in the past, citizens followed the leadership of the government, but now there's political division and weaker social capital. So there was a change from high growth and change to low growth and failure to change. Then we need to reform our governance structure. And in a dynamic manner, we need to put in place a governance that allows change for the future. And at the same time, we need governance that can promote social integration. Imagine that you are the head of the alumni association, and decision making is not easy. How are you going to solve this problem? First of all, you may have to strengthen the decision-making capability of this alumni association. Likewise, the government has to strengthen their decision-making capability. And at the same time, it is important to delegate authority to other stakeholders, including the market and the local governments. We need to put more autonomy and independence to the market so that the government does not have to make all the detailed decisions for the market, but rather leave them in the hands of the market itself. And also, we need to delegate more authority to local governments so that they can make decisions on their own. And also, as the head of the Alumni Association, you need to be trusted. You need to gain trust of the members. Likewise, the government has to regain trust from the public. And to do so, there are 4 major tasks to reform the current governance structure. Number 1, the government has to strengthen its change capability. And I look forward to a discussion with President Lee Kwang-young and the panel members. And regarding that, there is a research project on the way together with President Lee of KAIST and other researchers, and several suggestions will be proposed. First of all, the government has to boost its change capability. Currently, the government is not really able to manage conflict. And if there's no compromise or agreement, then status quo would be maintained and there will be no change. Do you know the decision-making process of the cabinet? Number 1, the cabinet is so there has to be consensus or majority will be applied. 2/3 or the majority, or there's no rule. What do you think? Do you know the decision-making process of the administrative cabinet? A lot of government officials do not know, but the answer is 2/3. Article 6 of the procedures of the administrative cabinet, that is the rule, but not a lot of people know that because this rule has not been applied. There's no voting in the cabinet meeting. If there's no consensus, if there's no agreement at the cabinet meeting, this means that the status quo will be maintained and there will be no change. I believe that they need to put some agenda items on voting because there may be disagreement. But if there's only one ministry that disagrees, then the status quo will be maintained. I hope that the cabinet will strictly abide by the voting rule, the 2/3 majority rule. But it's not easy because if the ministry in charge does not want to make a change, then no agenda item will be proposed to the cabinet meeting. Then there will be no change whatsoever because they prefer to maintain the status quo. So this means that there should be an organization that puts pressure on relevant ministries to submit or table agenda items. And in the past, the Economic Planning Board or the Budget Board, these institutions played that role. However, in the current government, there's no such a body, a government body. And so in that context, reforms are very difficult because ministries, respective ministries would resist change. So there must be another functional organization within the government that can act independently and put pressure on relevant ministries for reform. And secondly, we need to think about a 5-year presidential term, and some argue that we need to have double term for 4 years, and that's maximum 8 years. But if you delegate authority to local governments, then you can have at least 12 years of term. It's not easy to change the direction in Korea because the government has a shorter term. So if you delegate more authority to the local government leaders will compete in a healthy manner and they can make better decisions. And also, we need to think about regional balanced development. Currently, we have this myth that we can achieve regional balanced development, and a fund was even created for that. But this is an impossible goal. And if there's reducing population, then you can merge several counties and districts. So I believe that if you want to maintain the current regional government structure, this just means that protecting vested interests of local government leaders. Of course, for the benefit of local residents, government public services need to be enhanced. However, if you stick to this impossible vision of promoting regional development, then this will never be achieved. So you need to change your perspective. Megacities in local provinces need to be united. Currently, all cities and counties are trying to compete with Seoul metropolitan city, which is not going to work. So smaller cities and smaller counties, they need to be united. So I argue that the government reshuffles its strategy for regional development. And in addition, I believe that there are many tasks to enhance autonomy and responsibility and accountability of the government and the market. And to do so, you need to reform regulations. But the current government is not really able to do that. The Prime Minister's office is acting as a coordinating agency to carry out reforms. But now, the Prime Minister's office is in a position to coordinate interests between the government and the market. But this is not going to be working. If there is an office in the middle, then regulatory reforms will not take place. And the head of the Regulatory Reform Committee is non-standing. And there are seconded officials to the office of the Prime Minister. So with this structure, reforms cannot be made. I argue that there should be an independent body in charge of regulatory reforms, and such a body has to have members from the relevant stakeholders. And it's not just about formulating new regulations, but also strong reform of the existing regulations. Finally, I argue that we need to enhance transparency and rule of law so that civil society can put trust in the government. And to do so, we need to rationalize regulations. Norms are not well complied with currently because regulations are often neglected or disrespected. How do you know how they enforce idling of vehicles? Well, according to the ordinance of the Seoul Metropolitan Government, a warning will be issued and there will be time measured, and depending on the temperature and the time, so between 2 minutes and 5 minutes, the temperature of the car body will be different, and if it goes over the limit, then a fine will be imposed, which is 50,000 won. And if you continue to idle your car after warning, you will be fined. But no one will do that, right? And I don't think anyone would want to have fun, want to just bear this penalty. 50,000 won is not a strong fine. There should be strong enforcement to prevent cars from being idling on the road. but such strong enforcement is not in place, and penalties are not strong enough. But in Korean society, rules and regulations are not fully respected, unfortunately. So we need to improve our governance structure by focusing on these areas. And if we do so, we can create a virtuous cycle where Korea can become a country that can implement change. So this means that we will have to shift away from the past structure on the left-hand side to the right-hand side, where we have other actors involved. In the past, we were rather on the upper right-hand corner, where the government intervention was broad and strong, but now government intervention is broad but not very effective. So going forward in the future, the government's role has to be narrowly defined but effective. And to do so, delegation of authority to the market and the local governments has to be done, and decision-making processes have to be improved, and the government's ability to change has to be strengthened so that the government can bring about substantial changes in a meaningful manner. And also, political leadership is crucial. You can talk about political leadership from multiple perspectives. First of all, the president and the political leaders should not just focus on short-term achievements, but rather have a long-term vision and perspective. But at the same time, I argue that the National Assembly has to change. If there is no consensus at the National Assembly, they do not make a decision, and status quo is maintained. Lack of agreement should not lead to status quo. So to change that, the power and authority of the National Assembly Speaker has to be strengthened, and the relevant laws have to be reformed. And also our public's awareness has to be changed. And there are many things I can talk about, but the second point is that as voters, citizens should be able to make rational decisions based on facts. If voters are just siding with one political party over the others, without any evidence or base, then this will lead to irrationality in decision making. So I believe that voters have to be more objective and analytical, and they will also have to vote more. We don't really have high voter turnout rate, so this is something we need to improve. Without change, there is no future for us. And with that, I'd like to wrap up my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We were able to look at the future strategies. He talked about innovating national governance. Thank you, Professor Jin Park. We have listened to the 3 presentations. And now, to have a more in-depth discussion, we would like to invite the moderator and the discussants to the stage. We have President Lee Kwang-hyung of KAIST who will be moderating, and we have the 5 panelists who will join us for the discussion. Please welcome them. Development strategy and vision for the future Korea. We will be sharing more insight. We will have the experts sit and the panel discussion. I'd like to thank you for your valuable time despite your busy schedules. Based on the 3 presentations, we will be having a lively discussion. I hope that the audience will stay with us until the end to share insight as well. And now we will begin the panel discussion for session 3. President Lee Kwang-hyung of KAIST will be moderating over the session. Thank you. Hello. Thank you for staying with us until late afternoon. One thing I'd like to ask is we have to end the session promptly. We are supposed to end at 5:10, and we will try our best to meet this time, and at the latest we have to be out by 5:15 And to save time, I will not be introducing the panelists one by one. As you speak, just please introduce yourself. I think that would save time. We have listened to the 3 presentations and I was deeply moved. I think it was one of the best presentations I've ever heard recently. And we have 5 discussants here on the panel. They're seated. So to save time, let us go in the order that you're seated. And we have 30 minutes left. I think you can have 5 minutes each. And so we did expect it during the pre-meeting that we had, and I was right. So I will each give you 5 minutes. Professor Son Yul, please go ahead. Hello, I am Son Yul from Yonsei University. I'd like to thank the organizer for inviting me to the panel. I know I don't have much time, so I will be very fast. I am a scholar of international politics, and there's limited comments that I can make on the 3 presentations, but Professor Lee Si-wook talked about economic security, and I'd like to focus my comments on his presentation, and I'd like to make some connection to international politics that I know, and I'd like to make 3 points. One is it's a NIA project, so what should be the goal of the project? And there are about 5 objectives that he mentioned, and I agree with him. And the basis of the objectives is, of course, globalization. And as was mentioned by Professor Lee Si-wook, we see regression in globalization, but that will not be the end. And from this point onward, we believe that a third world is forming, and a third type of globalization is taking place, and that will look very much different from the previous globalization, and I agree with him. So what does the next globalization look like? Recently, about 2 to 3 months ago, President Biden and van der Leyen, the EU president, and Janet Yellen and Jake Sullivan, and there was the joint declaration at the Hiroshima summit, at the G7 summit, and they envision a future. It is characterized by 3 keywords. One is inclusive globalization, and second is resilient. There was a lot of mention of resilience today, resilient globalization, and third, sustainable globalization. And so these were the 3 keywords that were repeated during the last 2 to 3 months. They have been spoken by the great leaders, and at the center is the US and the EU. So in the future, for Korea's economic security policies, the keywords will be re-globalization. And for re-globalization, the 3 keywords will be inclusive, resilient, and sustainable. And the content of that was mentioned by Professor Lee Si-wook in his presentation. And so the the present and the future economic security policies, depending on how you look at it, you can define them narrowly. People may think that supply chain security is all there is to it in economic security, but we need to look at it from a bigger picture. When I talk about globalization, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable elements and how they can reconcile with the government intervention and economic interdependence. We have to have a good balance to come up with sound economic security policies. And in that sense, of the three keywords, resilience is more frequently mentioned. And Professor Lee Seok also talked about this. And as an international political scientist, the core of economic security can be all about how we can maintain resilience in the US-Sino competition. Currently, there's decoupling pressure going on between the US and China, and how can Korea claim national interest? IRA Act and CHIPS Act are some cases in point. The US wants to and is pressuring other nations to decouple in key strategic industries, and China is putting up countermeasures, and Korea is stuck in between. I am looking at the watch, but I guess, did I use up my 5 minutes? Yes. Yes, you can see the time in front of you. Let me use 1 more minute. So, decoupling. As to decoupling in important summits and meetings, they are saying that it's diversifying and de-risking, not decoupling. De-risking was the demand coming from the EU, maintain the current economic relationship with China, but deal with the risks coming from transacting with China. So it's not decoupling. So in dealing with China, when national security is at stake, that will be a risk. So that should be de-risked. The EU, Japan, Korea, these nations will be aligned and will be discussing these matters with the US and China. And so what are some of the industrial sectors that we need to de-risk? We need to define that, and we need to find a balance between de-risking and decoupling to protect national and economic security, and that will be an important agenda going forward. Thank you.
I'm sorry that I had to hurry you a little bit. So next, Professor Lee Young. Okay, let me begin my discussion. I am Lee Young, professor at Hanyang University. I got my degree in economics, but I worked in the banking sector. I worked at the World Bank, and I also was involved in educational administration, and I worked in the Ministry of Education as well. So based on my experiences, I would like to talk about my views on economic strategy. And I don't have much time. I only have 5 minutes, so I like to make 3 points. First of all, when it comes to the phenomenon of growth, this was discussed already, and there were many talks about the reasons or success factors behind the growth, and I'd like to make 2 points in this regard. Secondly, Korea is faced with multiple challenges and how we can overcome these challenges. I believe that we need to change the purpose in this function of addressing these challenges. And finally, I look I would like to discuss some aspects of education. When we formulate future strategies, we need to think about the role of education. Now, going back to my first point, Dr. Ko and other presenters showed many graphs that showed continuous growth of the Korean economy, but every 10 years there was a global crisis. So the key factor is how successfully you overcame these crises, which determined your success. And Korea was able to do better than Latin American countries during the oil shocks, and we were able to start to go ahead as we were overcoming the foreign currency crisis in the late 1990s. And while we overcame the global financial crisis, we were able to move ahead of Greece and other European countries. And as we were overcoming the COVID-19 crisis, we were able to start to move ahead of other advanced countries. And I like to argue that Korea has been very flexible and adaptive in addressing these crises. And many success factors have been mentioned, including finance, export, the private sector, industries, and capital, human capital, and education, and technology, and administrative flexibilities, and policies, rule of law, and social integration. So many factors were mentioned as contributors to economic growth. But I do not think of these factors as a linear set of factors, because there must be some hierarchy in multiple levels, and rule of law and social integration and flexible policy formulation were critical. But on top of that, there's education and technology, and on top of that, there's industrial policies and finance. So I hope that we can examine the concept of growth from this perspective. Let's move on to the second topic. We need to know what kinds of challenges we are faced with so that we can find solutions. A lot of people mention low growth as a major challenge, but I argue that low growth is a reality that we need to accept. When it comes to bigger issues, I argue that lack of regional balanced development and low birth rate are the issues. We need to promote more balance. And what should be the purpose of the government? The UN is talking about the Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 SDGs. I think we have already gone beyond that level. We are not just talking about sustainable development because we are an advanced economy. So for Korea, a goal for Korea has to be sustainable welfare state. We have to come up with policies on education and economy and welfare so that we can have a more sustainable welfare state in the future. Finally, regarding educational policies, what I want to say is that for the past 60 years, as we were growing rapidly, education has played a key role, and this was mentioned by other speakers as well. In my view, right after the Korean War, mandatory education, 6-year mandatory education plan was implemented. This was about eliminating illiteracy and made elementary school education mandatory, and a lot of budget was invested, and this program was successful. And then middle school became mandatory, and people wanted to enroll in high school, so high school system was improved, and then the tertiary education system was improved, and the rule of law in establishing and operating universities was introduced. So by improving the educational system, we were able to provide quality workforce, and in the 1990s, the educational system failed to catch up to the changes required. But nevertheless, there were more scholarships and R&D funding and basic research support. I believe these all need to continue to be provided by the government. And now there is a new task that has to be taken care of. I believe this is about promoting regional development and decentralization. Initially, I opposed to this idea because more than 500 years of Joseon dynasty was a centralized governance system, and I wonder how we could achieve decentralization. But now I have a different view because decentralization can help enhance balance in regional development. And in the process of decentralization, education will play a key role, because with education in primary and secondary education, we can strengthen public education, the quality of public education in the local provinces, and together with the local government, we can come up with better regional development policies. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have a representative from 20. Hello. I am Kim Hyuk, in charge of strategy at 20. It's enlightening to listen to the strategies and visions for growing new industries. We are professionalizing in autonomous robots, and I'd like to talk from a startup perspective. And Dr. Chung Eun-mi, in her presentation, talked about how we need to encourage challenging R&D. As for the robotics, R&D support, demonstration, and a lot of industrial promotion and efforts and investment have been made by the government. And to promote industries and companies with differentiators, they identify startups to provide closer support. And to meet the future demand in terms of future talent nurturing, we expect a lot more from the government. We're located in Daejeon. We're close to KAIST and Chungnam National University. We can tap into talented resource pool. And as was mentioned earlier, in light of the decreasing population, other than Seoul and metropolitan areas, we believe that we will suffer from resource shortage. So we need to work hard to become a competitive company, but at the same time, we need government support so that the companies located in other areas than Seoul can be supported. Thank you very much for your brief comments, and thank you for being succinct.
Next, Professor Won Seok-seo. Hello. I worked for a long time at a public research institute, and I retired as vice president of that institute. Professor Park Chin gave a presentation on national governance innovation strategy, so I'd like to comment on that presentation. And I agree with what Professor Park stated in his presentation, and I'd like to add some of my views. Today, we are celebrating the 60th anniversary of the five-year economic development plans. As was mentioned by many presenters, we now need to find ways to develop new future strategies. We are now going through major transformation. As many people mentioned, so far, the government has been leading economic development, and this has been successful. But now it is time to change, and I'm sure a lot of people agree with my viewpoint. So we know that there is a necessity for change, but in reality, on the ground, not much change is taking place. The government has to lead, the private sector has to lead, and the government has to support. And we need to really implement this change so that development will be led by the private sector and supported by the government. It seems that the government still is trying to lead the process, but this has to change. For 30 years, I worked at a private research institute, and I felt that public role of the government has been weakened in many areas. So What we need to do now is to strengthen capacity of public institutions. There are many talented individuals, but we don't have a system that can help these talented individuals maximize their potential. So we need restructuring, and we also need reshuffling and reforms of the public sector. So within the government, they need to build technological capacity, and they also need to build infrastructure necessary for new and innovative technologies. In the past, we were focused on building social infrastructure for economic development, but now we need to put in place new infrastructure for climate change and also for digital transformation. So such infrastructure establishment is a necessity. Also, we need to redefine roles and responsibilities of the central government and the local governments. It's not just a balanced development, but rather development in an efficient and effective manner, and we need more effective coordination between the central and the local governments. So, in the first place, we need a more coordinated framework, and at the same time, down the road, we may need to integrate or readjust the boundaries of the local governments and the central government. So these have to be made. And I believe that the government has to continue to play a role as a control tower, but the officials, public officials who are serving in the control tower should not be old-fashioned officials, but rather they need to be those officials that can support and help the private sector stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, CEO Jung Ji-yoon of Keynote, please go ahead. You could introduce your company briefly and make your comments. I always think the last is best, and I will do my best. I am Jung Ji-yoon, and I'm the CEO of Keynote. Keynote looks into legislations, laws, and regulations and provides customized services. And we call this regulation technology or GovTech. It could be called a new industry, what the government used to do, and some of the things that government could not do is covered by technology. I used to work as a policy analyst in the OECD headquarters, and I founded my company 3 years ago. And I also work as a private sector representative in the platform commission, and I also am in a situation where I provide advice. So in the future, for the last 60 years, we have achieved success, and looking ahead, what will we need? What is the new growth engine? We believe that is the technology development and R&D investment. And Korea is no longer isolated. We have many global companies come in, like Singapore. So only then can we get ahead in Asia. For many global companies are headquartered either in Singapore or Hong Kong, but we do have some companies that are headquartered in Korea. That's important because if they have headquarters, they execute budget and they make decisions, and that can be connected to Korea. But there are some hurdles, and that's because the regulations in Korea are difficult to comprehend. Some outdated regulations are keeping them at bay, and some of the processes are not transparent, and there is a lot of politics at play, and so there are uncertainties, and the labor market is rigid. So when the overseas companies come in Korea, it's very difficult for them to do business. So we need to deregulate to fit the new industries, and we have to move on to the next stage. I think that is what is required. And 20 is here as a startup. startups can create new industries much faster than the existing companies. A day of activities in a startup goes very fast, and they sometimes have no system, but they have to do a lot of work in a very compact way, and they hire talent. But they do receive investment not from only Korean investors but also from overseas. So when we look at a startup, we cannot say that it's a Korean company. They're becoming global players, and the government is providing support to these startups. But we need more connections, and the Korean startups need to tap into a larger resource pool, and we need to think about how to nurture them. And the Ministry of SMEs and Startups, they do provide funding, but they only have a limited amount of budget, and it's spread around too many venture startups, and it takes many months. And so the startups just give up on getting the fund from the government, and they go elsewhere for the investment because time is money for the startups. And it seems like this system is just fostering zombie companies. So it needs to be much faster, and the investment needs to be much more. And I talked about GovTech. In the past, the government has the budget for production, but not for maintenance. And so we don't have well-made products once we decide to try to use it. We need to have the private sector be on the government side and provide maintenance services. But some of these sectors are still government-led, and we need to have a genuine PPP model in these sectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we heard from the 5 panel members, and their comments were really to the point. Now, I believe that we can wrap up this discussion according to the schedule. And we have 3 presenters here with us as well, and you have gained a lot from the panel members, but if you spend too much time, then you would lose your points. So please go ahead briefly. Thank you very much, Professor Lee. In the past, economists and social scientists and political scientists, they worked separately, but now we need multidisciplinary approach in conducting research. And as Professor Sun mentioned, in the past, we talked about decoupling between the US and China, but there's more talk about de-risking. And this issue of de-risking is a big challenge for Korea as well. And so together with President Lee and many others, we are thinking about this issue and at the KDI. And so I hope to be able to continue to invite experts from various fields so we can find solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. New industries, new talent pool. I hope that we realize that we are in a transition. We have done well, but we do need to exert extra effort. We need the right R&D. We need the right people. We need the right system. If they are equipped as preconditions, then new resources and new companies will be ready to go. And so I hope that there will be a new framework designed for that. Thank you.
Thank you. I agree with what the other panelists mentioned. Authority and power of the central government has to be delegated to the market and the local governments. Then central governments will not be able to sway the decision, and so there will be more democratic decision-making process. And in that sense, the relevant ministries will lose power and influence, and they may not like it. And of course, the National Assembly may not want to lose its influence over the administrative branch, because their job is to supervise the administrative branch. But the solution to this problem is to provide strong support from the public to the president. But then we also need to think about the control tower, especially the Prime Minister's office and the Ministry of Economy and Finance. These government bodies have to support the president so that we can bring about really necessary changes in Korea. Thank you.
The third session, I think, is the highlight of today's conference, because we are talking about the future. And it was quite meaningful and interesting. The future direction for Korea was mentioned, from international commerce, from security, investment into new industries, making bold investments, and low growth, regional development, population issues, deregulation. In order to embrace change, we need new governance. And so we were able to get an idea of the future direction forward. We usually get questions from the floor, but I guess we are all thinking the same thing. You may have dinner appointments, so we will not take questions from the floor. I will end the panel discussion here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank President Lee Kwang-young of KAIST for his moderator role. And once again, another big round of applause to the moderator as well as the panel members. Thank you. And there will be a photo session for this particular panel. And I would like to say thank you to the audience for staying with us until the very end of the event. We had in-depth discussions on important topics. And with that, I would like to conclude the international conference for the 60th anniversary of the 5-year economic development plans organized by the Ministry of Economy and Finance and the KDI. I hope that this was an opportunity for you to gain some insight on what we can do to further advance our economy in the changing macroeconomic situation. Have a great evening. Thank you.